There we go. Wait, what? Hold up a minute. There we go. I fucked up. When I was minimizing my view of shit. I minimized the preview and it was bad. Did not go very well. But I has new sound effects too today.
Can I borrow your gun? I want to shoot myself. You see, I'm buggered.
Yeah, let's see what the fuck this game is. I had a choice between this and Hitman I think I'm gonna just deal with for YouTube. Well, that's ominous. All like, yeah, you kind of don't notice the cheetah person just hanging there. Cheetah man. Similar controls to other games of its genre. Do you still want to enable the tutorial? I mean, I might as well. Yes. Okay. Don't turn it off while that. Okay. I'll leave it about where it was. Loading. 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 Coffee. 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 I mean, this looks like Zootopia Noir, so I'm like, fuck it. I bought a humble bundle of, you know, story games for this, so it was $12.
Sometimes when I walk into my office, I get the feeling that I'm walking among the ruins of a lost civilization. Not because of the reigning disorder, but because it feels like the remains of the civilized person I used to be.
Where is that damn detective? I'm gonna rip his head off. I swear I'll tear his eyes out. Hey! Hand over the pictures, you bastard. Now! Otherwise, you're gonna be dead meat. Hear me, cat?
Talking with other characters, you get to choose both your questions and answers. Some conversations you can take all the time you need, but in others, you will have to think quickly and respond before your time is up. In these occasions, you can also choose to stay silent.
Do I know you? Your face rings a bell, but...
You've been spying on me. You took pictures of me with a lady.
Well, then you'll understand why I didn't really focus on your face, right?
I'm gonna kill
Quick time events. Every now and then you'll have to act swiftly to use the left stick in direction to move the arrow. May have a very short window of time.
You!
Dumbass. Certain moments during the game, you'll need to quickly press the indicated button to perform specific actions.
Give me the goddamn pictures!
Alright, so headbutt or punch.
It wasn't the
Headbutt
first
sounds
time
like
I'd
the better
gone
option.
A guy like him. But at least I bought enough time to aim at his soft spots.
Kick him in the balls! You died.
I'm gonna kill you! Give me the goddamn pictures!
It wasn't the first time I regretted hitting a guy like him. But at least I bought enough time to aim at his soft spots.
Oh man, you broke my jaw!
Good!
Now it matches your marriage.
If you show my wife those pictures, I'm dead meat. You'll ruin my life, please.
Sure, the gun didn't work, so why not shed some tears?
I wasn't gonna use it, man. I've never shot a fly. And I'm no two-timer either. It only happened once, for God's sake.
My ass did.
I'm just her bodyguard, that's all. She seduced me. I love my wife, honest to God. I even quit the damn job for her. You can't break up a family for one tiny mistake.
Most important information you find during the investigation will be recorded in your detective notebook. New entries included in notification.
Breaking up your family? I don't think you need my help there, buddy.
Also, morning, Demetrius.
You give me
I got
those
2 new
pictures
sound
and
effects.
tell her a white lie, and I pay you 10
Buggered
times
and
what
penis.
she's offering. You save my family, and you make a pretty penny. What do you say? Deal?
For as long as I could remember, I had collected nothing more than bad gigs, debt, and sorrow. My self-respect and bank account were racing to see who'd hit rock bottom first. While I hated his offer, it could certainly help me start anew. Run some ads in the papers, get better clients. All right. I'll tell your wife you're clean.
Oh, he's gonna really be happy about the penis one.
Out of here before.
You know why? You know why? Because it's one that he's never ever heard before.
This is the year I get my penis back from that dolphin who stole it. I'm coming after you, dolphin, and I'm gonna steal your penis.
Right? 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 It's not just somebody yelling penis, it's somebody talking about how a dolphin stole his penis. It's great.
Before I regret it, pal. 3,
Thank God.
2,
Put that money to good use.
1.
You won't regret helping out Eugene Colbert. I promise you that.
John
My uninvited
Blacksad.
guest had left me several gifts. First of all, a swollen hand. That guy's skin was hard as a rock. Second of all, more money than I deserved. Third, the feeling that my moral compass wasn't quite as calibrated as I thought. Last but not least, the certainty that more gifts were yet to come.
He's a nice guy. You'll, You see what I said about my pal Blacksad? Doesn't even know you, and he's already offering you a seat.
Jake, how the hell am I supposed to guess it's you if you don't even knock first?
Shut up and listen, buddy. All right? I brought you a client.
Pretty kitty. This is very Zootopia. But noir. All right, big man. Let's see what your client has to say. John Blacksad, private detective. Oh yeah. The jazz music in the background's not too low, right? Just tried to make sure that everything was good volume-wise.
And that's why we need to find him soon, or we will have a very serious problem.
Thanks for the information and the picture. They'll really come in handy. Let me see if I have this straight.
Hotspots.
Bobby Yale, a boxer at Dunn's gym, has a crucial fight against the reigning champion in 2 weeks. But he disappeared 2 days ago.
Yes.
Your father, Joe Dunn, boxing manager and gym owner, hanged himself 2 days ago.
Yes.
In short, if Bobby Yale is a no-show for his fight, you'll have to pay a fine. But since you don't have the cash on hand, your father's gym would have to close.
Yes.
So you want me to find Bobby Yale?
Yes. No. Jake wants you to find Bobby.
Oh, I see. Well, first of all, your father took his life the same day his pupil disappeared. Sorry, but something just doesn't add up.
Damn it, John. Will you take the case or not?
Sure. I know the money is tight, so how about this? If I solve the case, we'll see how much you can pay. I'm sure we'll find a suitable price.
What about this? Nestopia? Wait, hold up. Oh. Okay. Cat lady, got it. I mean, to be completely fair, the animation in this is a little bit better than fucking Cats. Made him look a little too, human. You know what I mean? Billy's Liquors. Oh, hey, it's an iguana dude. Looks buff as shit. I've seen enough trailers and negative reviews to know. But legit, this is fucking Zootopia shit right here. This is like Zootopia noir.
I know you already went to Yale's apartment and found nothing, but I'll search it myself at some point. That cleaning lady, Mary, Purnell, the one who found Joe Dunn's body, she works part-time at Sam's Diner, just down the road on the left, right?
That's right.
I think I might pay her a visit as well. And the gym, of course, and see what I can find. Okay, I think I've got enough to start with for now. Is that done? Wow.
Left button, open the notebook. Promising boxer, vanished the same day Dunn died. Dunn's gym. Al Stone. He's a bull. So it's a dog versus a bull, huh? Sonya Dunn. Joe Dunn. Beast. L. Okay. Okay. Can't make deductions without having enough clues. Chip. All right. Winning isn't everything, but wanting to win is. Huh.
What leads a man to do something like this? Life's already dealt me a fair share of blows, but...
How tall is Dunn?
I don't know why. Something just doesn't add up.
Because he wouldn't be. All collected clues will be stuck in his mind. Find a new clue. If you have enough clues, you can piece together a deduction. Yeah, I guess I don't have enough clues yet to figure out what's fishy about it, but other than the fact that it's fishy.
Hmm.
Success is dependent on effort. You're good at making excuses. It's difficult to excel at anything else. Pain, no gain. No guts, no glory. Oh, okay. Hall of Fame cards are collectibles that. Oh. I mean, it's fucking there. Blue. Nothing else right there. The harder you train, the luckier you. Like, the mottos written on the wall in this gym don't have a lot to do with anything, but. Okay. That. It's hard to say.
I remember that fight. Back when Jake was coming up the ranks. Looks like Dunn liked to measure his daughter and Bobby Yale each year. Sonia's measurements stop at 18, and there's a gap in Bobby's between ages 15 and 17. I better leave these two alone.
I was gonna ask a question, but best to try and go up the stairs and see if there's anything on the roof or attic, whatever is up the stairs. Because there might be a clue, like, yeah, that's the roof. Might be a clue. Because it definitely looks like that rope was hanging from the roof, so trying to find out where it was stuck at. Helen Moore's champions. Got an empty glass of wine and a full glass of wine. Huh. There. Oh.
A good place to spy on Sonia.
Exactly. Trying to see. There's gotta be some sort of, you know, clue what's going on here. Because, as stated before, you know, the dog who's ready to go who's supposed to do the fight is missing and went missing the same time. So there's got to be a connection between his disappearance and man's death, but it's hard to tell what at
Someone should weld the iron bar on those panels.
Glass looks broken. That's possibly a clue. Nothing back there that I see. But no, you saw that the glass was broken. It didn't look very sturdy. And then you see that it's close enough to the beam that the rope was tied to, that, you know, whomever tied that rope had to...
Someone should weld the iron bar on those panels.
You know what I mean? Hey, Bewitched. We're a cat trying to investigate suicide and a disappearance. Quotes are very much necessary right now. Alright, so no other clues that can be that. Probably good idea.
I don't know why. Something just doesn't add up.
Of course it doesn't add up. He had to be like an extra foot taller in order to fucking do it. Oh, wait, what?
I once shredded a bag like that, just out of pure rage.
Oh, daddy. Oh, daddy. Boxing Academy. At some point I gotta redo Um,
On the surface, it seems dry, but there's no dust, and it's damp underneath. It could have fallen the day Dunn died.
huh. You want a box? Train. You want to win? Train harder. No dung, no glory. That's it. I mean, I don't necessarily need the collectibles, but they're so fucking obvious, it's not a big deal. Farting is the... I don't know if those have anything to do with anything, but...
The racist brain is so full of hatred that there's no space for trifles such as common sense or, say, spelling. But this most cultured writer spotted the error and attempted to correct it. Not sure what to make of the outcome.
How much racial slur on is... Sure?
Locked. But a true detective never leaves home without his... Huh? Sometimes even the most experienced detective has to go home to get his lockpicks.
Back to the office and grab your damn... I mean, you know... Again, there's... Like... As the racist graffiti on the lockers basically, you know, leads one to believe, there's gotta be a chance that there's a clue, like, in any graffiti in the bathrooms or the locker room, where maybe, like, if somebody was, you know, pissed off at the dude who suicided, like, that there's a strong chance they might have written something.
I hope that wasn't a client. Although probability would suggest a cold call. Or, even worse, the War Veterans Therapy Group. I was pretty sure I left the lockpicks on the table.
Well, you had that tussle with the rhino at the beginning. With how messy this goddamn place is.
What did you do to earn the admiration of a millinery culture, distant cousin? What if the only thing that keeps you going is the very thing that won't let you move on? It's too soon to say goodbye. She wouldn't hear me anyway.
So yeah, as you're starting to understand, this is Zootopia Noir. Also known as Blacksad Under the Skin. Is there anything? Not lockpicks. That's. Open the damn drawer.
Good old Weekly did a fine job with these pictures. Maybe I should give him a call. He'll be thrilled to know just how much this guy's gonna pay us to keep quiet. I wonder if that rhino would ever have the nerve to use it.
Well, lockpicks aren't in the drawer, buddy.
You can't really call yourself a detective if you're a teetotaler, but that's not what that bottle is for. The truth? I used tequila to clean my lockpicks. In fact, I just finished cleaning them when that rhino walked in. Maybe we knocked them down during the fight.
See? Clues! Find my lockpicks. I have to think about the fight. Oh, there they are.
Police Commissioner Smirnoff smoked that cigarette.
Smirnoff?
Judging by the way he put it out, he was pretty nervous. Smells good. Tasted even better the day Smirnoff brought it, in exchange for a favor. A favor no cop should ever be paid for.
That may not have anything to do with the case, but... Blacksad was in Nam! Nam! Where in the hell... ability. Have anything that I can use to reach.
I won't leave without my lockpicks. Most detectives feel safe with a gun in their pocket. Me, I prefer lockpicks. At least I know these little fellows won't backfire. Sometimes I also use it to type out reports that nobody reads and invoices that nobody pays.
Where the hell did you go, John? I thought you were on the case.
I had to run an errand, but I'll be back in no time.
You made a crappy impression, and now Sonia has second thoughts about you.
Get your ass back there.
Looking back, I wish I'd never found my lockpicks. Maybe I wouldn't have gone back to the gym. All hell was about to break loose.
Well, of course all hell was about to break loose. You're a goddamn detective. That's like your fucking job, man. The hell, cat? Yeah, after I check out the stuff at the gym, I gotta go talk to the lady at the diner. Found the body, and then
Bobby Yeo's place was on the way, so I decided to drop by, lockpicks in hand. The gym could wait.
that would probably be a good place to go. Yeah, might find some clues in his apartment.
Sonia and Jake had already searched the place, to no avail. But a good detective would have better luck. I know it might not seem like it, but...
Why is that bull here?
when
The
someone
door
hits
is
you like that,
locked.
you know you're onto something. It's only fair to show some gratitude and...
Beat him in the fucking face. That's what.
Well. Long time no see. Oh, how the tables turn. You helped me, so I'll help you. Now leave before my partner...
Damn cat. Well done, Colbert. Now.
Fuck.
How about this? For every wrong answer, I'm gonna give it to you with this club. Deal?
Didn't we just witness your lack of aim?
Wrong answer. First, second question. What the hell are you doing here?
I'm a private eye. Sonia Dunn hired me to find Bobby Yale.
I hate detectives. Now, where were we? What the hell are you doing here?
I swear I'm a detective.
And I swear, I hate detectives. Seriously, what the hell are you doing here?
For Christ's sake, I'm a detective.
For Christ's sake, I hate detectives. Seriously, what the hell are you doing here?
Next to the icon, each cat senses hearing, sight, and smell.
This is the year I get my penis back from that dolphin who stole it. I'm coming after you, dolphin, and I'm gonna steal your penis.
Say, Steve. That dolphin's an asshole.
Shamrock? Is he Irish? It should start to swell any moment now.
One more time. What the hell are you doing here?
Are you of Irish descent?
I've got an Irish boss, just like my friend Colbert here. I'm sure the name O'Leary rings a bell, right?
Desmond O'Leary. If you live in New York City, you've certainly heard of the richest bookie in town. After everything that's happened, I was beginning to feel like this case was finally moving forward.
Wrong answer!
But I was wrong.
Seriously, what the hell are you doing here?
I know your friend Colbert and his wife.
Now he wants to insult you. All right then, he's all yours.
You haven't
All
lost
right.
control of your life,
Now
Steve.
it's
You're
your
trying to
turn.
get control of it.
I'll call the boss.
I want you to yell like I'm beating the crap out of you, okay?
Desmond, we caught some damn detective snooping around Bobby Yale's place. Yeah, hired by Dunn's daughter. Safe and sound? What do you mean exactly? Oh, sure. Will do. Colbert, stop hitting him, you beast.
What a shame. We were just getting to know each other.
But yeah, so far, we found out that the Rhino dude is cheating on his wife, but paid us a lot of money not to talk about it, so we're not talking about it. And now Mr. Buffalo is all pissy. Well, yak. I think he's a yak. But we needed to go back to get our lockpicks. And then on our way back here, we tried to, handle some shit. And apparently handling it was a bad idea.
Miss Dunn, can I run a couple of questions by you?
If they'll help you find Yale, go ahead.
What's in those papers you're going through?
Red tape.
Great. If you find something, please let me know.
I thought you were the detective. You do your job, and I'll do mine.
Jeez, lady.
What can you tell me about Jake?
I thought you were friends. Guess I was wrong. He and my father were friends, so don't go down that road.
You get along with Bobby
Did you
Yale?
get along with Bobby Yale? Okay. Forget it.
I wouldn't give a damn about him if it weren't for this stupid Jim his stupid fight is supposed to save. Happy?
Or Mary, the cleaning lady.
What do you think about Mary, the cleaning lady?
Can't say. I barely know her. And I'm not one who's quick to judge other people.
And what about your father?
Did you and your father get along?
Let's just say our relationship got better when I left for Sunny University. An 8-hour drive from here.
Meaning?
I'll lay it out for you, Mr. Blacksad. My father, Joe Dunn, disappeared the day my mother died. He became a shell of himself. Joe Dunn, my legal guardian. A man who gave me food, shelter, clothing, and an education. And that's more than you need to know.
I mean, I want to know more,
That's
but
it for now.
you're not going to fucking tell me, so fine.
You don't like me, but there's something you need to know.
I'm all ears.
Rest assured, I'll find Bobby Yale.
Dead
You
or
heard it,
alive.
Mr. Blacksad.
Dead or alive. Try to see if I can find any information on anyone.
Dunn kept files on the gym's staff and clients. Name, address, and date of birth.
Information. Collectible.
Seemed like a happy family.
So outside of losing control of your life, how's Steve this morning? And yeah, I know, I debated the whole,
I'd like to take a look inside that safe now. Could you give me the combination?
I'd love to help you, but my mother's birthday used to be the combination, but I already tried it.
I mean, no. No Sudoku, Steve. That shit's hard. But no, I was gonna do Hitman, but then I'm like, you know, that's possibly better for the YouTube series because, you know,
Dunn's
reasons.
room had quite a view.
Yeah, I can't fucking get any more clues on that. Oh. Wait a minute. That rug is not quite... Huh. Maybe I can go talk to Jake. Jake might be able to give me some more shit to think about. I also gotta unlock that, Hey, Jake. What's up?
Thanks, pal.
So, what else can you tell me about Dunn's death?
Well, not much. My memory's not what it used to be.
Too many blows
You
to the
better
head.
ask the cleaning lady. She found the body. It should be her shift down at Sam's Diner. The place is close by. Take the main door and follow the street. Just wait till you see her. You're in for a treat, my friend.
Dunn wasn't black, but he allowed you and Bobby Yale to train here.
Yeah, this was the first integrated gym in the city, I think.
But not everyone liked that, hmm?
You've seen the graffitis, right? If I get my hands on that bastard...
I better let you get back to your drills.
All right.
Wait, I didn't get enough info from you, buddy. What do you know about Bobby?
Any idea where Bobby Yale could be?
Not a clue.
I dropped by Bobby Yale's apartment. I think he might be involved with O'Leary, the bookmaker.
You sure? Yale had some dark years, no doubt, but Dunn turned him into a decent guy. I'm no detective, but I wouldn't follow that lead.
Do you know any of his relatives?
His father, Avenarius.
Avenarius? The boxer poet? Didn't he disappear 20 years ago?
Yeah, and his wife, Bobby's mom, died shortly after. Dunn is the closest thing the family the poor kids had ever since.
You said Yale joined a gang back in the day? Know which one?
Hell, I don't know, John. This is New York City. There are more gangs than people.
Okay.
If Yale's gonna fight the reigning champion, he's got a big career ahead of him.
He hasn't lost a single fight since he turned pro. The little bastard beat the socks off me a few years back.
And what about Joe?
What was Joe Dunn like?
He was a decent man. Have you seen all those slogans on the wall? Those motivational phrases? Joe really believed in them. All of them.
And that's why suicide's probably not something that he did. He didn't commit Sudoku.
He played the saxophone, right?
Yeah, pretty well for a white boy. But he quit when his wife died. Makes no sense, right? I mean, nothing draws chicks like the brass. Why quit when you're finally free? Ha 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 ha.
I'm
sorry you tired. I am
found an
also,
empty wine
but
bottle on the rooftop. Did Joe Dunn drink?
Only for a while, back when his wife died. But eventually he quit. After that, he'd only drink on special occasions.
wait, Desi's alive?
What can you tell me about Sonia Dunn?
She's hot, ain't she?
You seem to get
You
along.
two seem to get along nicely.
Well, I've known her since she was a baby. But she sure has grown, if you get my
At least
drift.
it's consistent.
I hadn't seen her since she left for college about 4 years ago.
It seems like her father's death didn't really upset her.
Well, she likes to play
I
it
woke
cool,
up with-
which makes her really hot.
Exhaustion and neck pain. As every day. So if he believes all those slogans, huh. Byron chest expander. Huh. Interesting. Wasp trauma? Desi, how do you have wasp trauma? There's no such thing. Also, life is quite terrifying sometimes.
What the hell? Jake, give me one good reason not to smash in your face. What the hell are you doing in my locker?
I'm a detective? That's what I do?
Yeah, and my friend too. Well, that's what I thought.
Get off me!
Sometimes, John, I could just punch you.
Why do you have that pen, Jake? What mess are you in?
Definitely learning.
Of course.
Arthur Tucker.
Smells like paint. The proud South.
Arctic nation strike again. White supremacists believe that God created Earth to be dominated exclusively by the white race. See, even in Zootopia Noir, they got fucking racist goddamn animals. White supremacists. The white animals. See, you got a polar bear, an Arctic fox, a white dog, a fucking ferret.
Bastards. Arthur Tucker painted the racial slur on Yale's locker.
Well, I can probably maybe ask Jake about that. Tucker might have been involved in the death of... Hey. Nope. Alright. Jake, do you know anything about this fucker?
Okay, Jake.
I told you.
Desmond O'Leary.
Huh?
I know you work for him.
Now you're just making stuff up. Why would you say that?
I saw the shamrock in your locker. I know what it means.
Okay, let's say you're right. So what? What are you gonna do, huh?
We're pals. I won't do a thing. But please, tell me the truth.
Okay, I guess I should have said something. Business isn't going that well lately. Natalia was my last well-paying job, and it's been a while. Then O'Leary shows up and offers me a bodyguard contract. What was I supposed to do?
I get it.
I understand.
Bodyguards are a thing.
You don't seem like the type to accept shady offers.
I've done my share for...
I've done things like that, and worse, but I'm not proud of them.
Hey, O'Leary might run an illegal gambling operation, but it's not like he's killing people or conning widows. And I'm just a bodyguard. I make sure no one gets hurt. What I do, including my contract and paycheck, is 100% legal. How bad can that be?
Fair enough.
Yeah, you're right. The fact that his business is illegal doesn't turn you into a criminal. We're only accountable for our own actions. But that's not what bothers me. I know you're covering up O'Leary's role in Joe Dunn's death.
Huh? O'Leary? No way. I mean, I don't think so.
Jake, please.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it now. I was here the day Dunn died.
Go on.
I had to take care of some business for O'Leary. He makes me wear the shamrock when I work for him. As you know, I left the damn thing in my locker. So, I decided to come in the back door. Joe had mentioned he'd been painting that afternoon, but I forgot. I stopped in my tracks when I saw him screaming bloody murder at Bobby Yale at the top of the scaffold.
What exactly was he saying?
Something like, if you do that, I'll call off the fight and make sure you never set foot in this gym again. I didn't want them to see me, so I left.
Jake, why didn't you tell me?
I thought you'd be pissed off.
Well, you were wrong.
I'm sorry, John. I should have said something.
We all make mistakes,
Don't worry.
buddy.
We all make mistakes. Time to go. I need to think about everything you just told me.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, the paint was spilled. Scaffold isn't over here right now. That's concerning. And the scaffold might have been tall enough for him to get up. Okay, that's scaffold. Scaffold's over there. Oh, hey, that's glitching out. Nice. All right. I think I should probably talk to Sonia again if I can. See what shit I can get out of her about racial tensions, maybe, if she knows anything.
Thanks. That's it for now.
Okay, I guess there's nothing in there. Alright, so the question is, do I call or do I go? I think I should go. No, this alleyway might have clues as well. Because who's kind of a bitch? That's not the secretary lady, that's his daughter.
Looks like a chest expander, doesn't it?
Hey, goat. What
Good
do you
morning,
know?
sir.
Hi, good morning to you.
John Blacksad, Private Eye. Would you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Not at all. Proceed, Your Honor.
Were you here on Sunday afternoon?
Yes, indeed, kind prince. I came down to watch TV. after having run the New York City Marathon in record time.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Well, there is indeed. Move. You're blocking my view of this wonderful sunset. It just so happens that you can, apple of my eye, do this old man a favor and bring him some sustenance.
All right.
Blind, legless goat may very well have some nothing. That back door, nothing back here that looks like it was tossed out. Aside of what that asshole has, he ain't gonna tell me shit right now. Jerk.
I might just be the last person in New York without a TV. Who needs one anyway?
Yeah, you'd probably be dead anyway. But yeah, that's the daughter of the dude's death whom we're investigating. And it definitely is looking less and less like a suicide. This O'Leary dude is a bookie. He might have tried to... Oh shit. So, prediction. O'Leary talked to Dunn, the dude whom he's got his bodyguards keeping the house of, and who's also the dude who went missing. He was gonna take a dive to get the money to help save the gym, but the owner of the gym was all like, yo, we don't take dives in this place. What the fuck are you talking about? If you agree to that, I'm gonna make sure that you never fucking fight again. That gives motive. But did he do it? And if case, who... Okay, wrong way. Who did it? Yeah, the
Mary Purnell.
There we go.
person who
Diner's
found
just
Jen's
down the
body
street.
Works a block away from the gym. I'm certain she can give me the kind of information that...
Hey! Watch where you're going, you jerk! You looking for trouble, moron?
Sorry.
Sorry. Really, I'm sorry.
You better be, you wuss!
Bad drivers are everywhere, apparently. Sam's Diner. Especially New York, yeah. New York in a noir Zootopia type situation, yeah.
And there you go. We'll miss you at Sam's Diner. Come back soon.
Oh, hey, Kat.
Welcome to Sam's Diner. What can I get for you?
Blacksad, Private Eye. I work for Sonia Dunn. I need to ask you some questions about Joe Dunn.
Sure. but I'm working right now. Maybe later?
I only see one customer sitting at the counter, and he's asking for your cooperation.
All right.
What can you tell me about Sonia Dunn?
I barely know her, but she looks like a smart girl, poor thing.
Any ideas where Bobby Yale could be?
How am I supposed to know? He's rarely there when I clean the gym. Bobby seems like a nice kid, but I barely know him.
What do you think about Jake Ostiambi?
Who? Who's that?
A big gorilla. Boxer, too. A friend of Joe Dunn's.
Oh, yeah. I barely know him. I don't like how he looks at me.
Let's talk a bit more about Joe Dunn. Can you tell me how you found Dunn's body?
Well, I thought I was alone. I clean early in the morning before Mr. Dunn comes in.
Oh, so you have keys to the gym.
Yes, of course. There was paint on the floor, so I thought it'd be a busy morning. And then I saw him, hanging there, like a baby mobile over a crib. Then I think I panicked. When I calmed down, I called the police and waited outside. Sorry, that's all I can say.
Don't worry. But if you remember anything else, let me know.
What kind of a boss was this guy?
What kind of boss was Joe Dunn?
A good one. Always paid on time, never raised his voice. If I asked for the day off, he even cleaned the gym.
How was he outside the gym?
How was Joe Dunn outside the gym?
I wouldn't know. I only saw him at the gym or right there. That was his spot. I think everyone liked him.
Thanks, but I still don't get why he'd commit suicide. I heard his relationship with his daughter wasn't ideal.
Oh, really? Poor man. I don't have kids, but that has to be really hard.
And he's a widower.
His wife died years ago. Maybe he never got over it.
Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe he did. That was a long time ago.
I have a feeling that she knows a little bit
simply
more
had
than
money
she's letting
issues.
on.
Yeah.
She might have
I
been
don't know.
fucking him.
Could be. The gym didn't really get that dirty lately.
What's he telling me, bud?
Can I ask you about your job?
Which one?
How long have you worked at
How long have you worked at the gym?
It's been, 4 or 5 years? Although, I don't think I'll be able to set foot in there again.
This must be really hard for you. I'm sorry.
What about this
Tell
job
me
at the
about your
diner?
work here in the diner.
Oh, it's wonderful. I love it. My boss.
Oh, glad to hear that. Other than the diner and the gym, you don't work anywhere else, right?
I wouldn't have the time, although I'm not sure I want to continue working at the gym.
If I were you, I wouldn't quit. Trust me, it might be painful at first, but time heals all wounds.
Joey used to say the same thing. Maybe. I don't know. Thanks.
Yeah. You don't give a nickname to your boss unless you know him that a lot more.
Can I have a hamburger, please?
Oh, sure. Regular or cheese?
I think I'll get the cheeseburger.
Mm-hmm. You want fries? A drink?
No, that's it.
Okay. Is that for here or to go then?
To go, please.
But yeah,
One cheeseburger to go, Sam.
Okay.
hopefully it ain't too bad.
Smells like cinnamon. No, cinnamon and burgers. They look puffy and tired. Sleepless nights? Hectic days? Or has she been crying? Perhaps all of the above. Smells tasty. My pal is going to lick his chops. Her handwriting is nice and neat.
Oh shit! I think I know what combination to the safe it is.
Your burger is ready.
There you go, old ass man.
All right, I'll let you enjoy your meal.
4 people used the back door that very same night.
What?
Well, I might be blind as a bat, but as you can certainly see, I have 2 wonderfully functional ears.
4 people used the back door 2 days ago?
Yeah, that's right.
Who was the first person to use the back door?
Someone big unlocked the door, stepped inside, then came right back out.
Who was the second person to use the back door?
A man, just a few minutes after the first person. He came back out muttering, "Ungrateful bastard." Then he threw something in the trash and walked back in. Oh, no, wait. Before that, he gave me a coin. A coin? I mean, do I look like I need spare change, huh? I mean, I'm staying at the million-star hotel, for God's sake.
I like this goat. He's kind of got a lot of sarcasm. Sarcastic.
Who was the
blind
third
goat.
person to use the back door?
Judging by the quiet footsteps, I'd say it was someone small. I'd say it was about 30 minutes after the second person came out. Whoever it was threw something in the trash and stood in front of me for a moment. Then I heard a click. And finally, I heard trailing laughter in that direction.
Who was the fourth person to use the back door?
Someone big. I recall heavy breathing. The person left in a hurry, running in that direction.
Looks like someone used it as a punching ball. I wonder what it feels like to live without legs. Would I manage? Could he have been a train conductor? Blind and legless. How does he get by? Where did you get that paint can?
In a trash can in the back. I found it right after the comings and goings. I wanted to see what those people were leaving behind.
There's a chest expander in your cart.
A what expander?
A thingamajig with 3 springs.
Oh, the thingamajig with springs. Oh, I got it from the trash, back there. A paint can and a thingamajig with springs. What a night!
You were acting a bit strange before, but now you seem fine. Why is that?
Hey, you got great vision, sense of smell, and hearing. Why is that?
Well, I'm a cat.
Well, I'm a goat.
That's all for now. Thanks.
Paint stain. Can in the trash.
Well, I know this much. The chest expander in the trash belongs to Yale.
I'm starting to piece it together a little bit.
Weekly speaking, the legend of what's news.
Hey, Weekly, this is...
John, did you get my pictures?
Yes, and...
That rhinoceros has one big horn, huh? And the girl, hot damn. You want me to find out her name? Please, pretty please.
No, Weekly. Look, the rhinoceros came by and offered me money to keep quiet.
Wow. Are we talking petty cash or big bucks?
The latter.
That's my boy.
We're investigating a suicide that's probably a
Half the
murder
money is yours.
at the gym.
Yeehaw. Okay, let's just change the subject. Hey, I heard something weird's going on at this gym. What was the name? Dunn's Gym. Didn't you have a pal down there? Can I talk to him? I heard a woman's running it now. A boxing gym. Now, that's what I call news.
Actually, I'm working on a case for the gym owner. I'll see what I can do, okay? I'll call you.
Thanks, pal. You just made my day.
It's you know those
Joe Dunn, the boxing coach.
things
You hear
from
anything about his death?
back in the day
Is that you?
that you'd use with springs, and you put your two hands in and you do like this thing? That's what it is.
Your silence speaks volumes. As for Joe Dunn, he hanged himself. End of story. I'm too busy, John. I can't afford to put a single man on the case. Or to play riddles, for that matter. Why are you asking?
You know I'm bound by client detective confidentiality privileges.
And you know I'm bound by law enforcement confidentiality. If you find anything relevant or start feeling a bit more talkative, give me a call. Always a pleasure, John.
I mean, it's got springs on it, so you could definitely do some use it as a garrote. Yeah, whomever it was that dealing with the paint. Hey, buddy, what's up?
Do you remember anything else about Joe Dunn and Bobby Yale's argument?
No, not really, no. Only Joe yelling. If you do, I'll call off the fight and kick you out of the gym.
Joe Dunn or Joey Dunn?
Huh? Nobody called him Joey. Well, maybe his wife. Although, she didn't call him anything after she died.
Not all folks are as open-minded as Dunn. I happen to know who painted the lockers. Arthur Tucker.
I knew it. I knew it was him, that bastard. I'm gonna whip the white out of him.
Whip the white out of him. Has Frosty heard the new sound effects? Wait a minute. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Okay, so the footprints are gone outside. Inside, they lead to the door, so whomsoever spilt that paint must have been one of the people who went back in. Otherwise, there would be footprints leading down the alley.
Can I borrow your gun? I want to shoot myself. You see, I'm buggered.
This is the year I get my penis back from that dolphin who stole it. I'm coming after you, dolphin, and I'm gonna steal your penis.
The dolphin one is great.
Big, bright eyes. Looks well rested. Either she didn't mourn her father, or she really knows how to work that makeup. Nice and steady heartbeat. What the?
What's wrong?
Someone's taking pictures from the rooftop.
Are you sure?
I'll go take a look.
God damn it.
Now, who's that rope for, Miss Dunn?
Weekly.
Now, who's that rope for, Miss
I pressed
Dunn?
X instead of Y.
Weekly. What the hell are you
Dumbass!
doing here?
Weasel.
Hey, look! Isn't that Cassidy?
Don't change the subject, you sad little...
Why don't we settle this over ice cream, huh, John? Just like in the good old days.
Yeah, because he's your photographer. He's
I don't want
helping you.
anyone to see you.
Well, come over to my place, Demetrius. I got a couple things I asked for him. I mean, what?
Everyone, even the most hapless of creatures, has a gift. Something that makes them special, that makes them worth knowing. Foul-smelling Weekly is no exception. No matter what he does, it's impossible to stay mad at him for too long.
This bourbon shake is delicious. Want a taste?
You know I don't like milk.
Your loss. So,
Cat that
Joe
don't
Dunn
like
hangs
milk.
himself and leaves his gym to his daughter, which makes her the first woman to run a boxing gym, I think.
I don't think Dunn killed himself.
What? Do you have a suspect? Any leads?
No, it's just a hunch. Although... I haven't identified the murderer just yet. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's just a hunch. I wouldn't bet my life on it. I've got other suspects, like O'Leary, the bookmaker.
Desmond O'Leary? The same O'Leary who used to date Helen Moore? America's sweetheart? Now that's a woman.
And then there's the Walrus. Who was that guy?
Come on. You've never heard of Frank Cassidy? The president of the Boxing Managers Association?
Who's also Stone's agent, Bobby Yale's rival.
Hey, he might have a motive, right? He might know something about Dunn's death, right?
I decided to ask Weekly to investigate Cassidy. My reasons? Weekly was right. Cassidy could have had a motive to kill Dunn. Weekly had already proven to be nosy. The farther I kept him from the gym, the better. But with Weekly, you just never know what the best approach might be. Should I give him an order or a subtle suggestion?
Suggestion.
Yeah, you might be right about Cassidy. But, it won't be easy to make him talk. He seems like a pretty tough cookie. Only a thorough and efficient detective could pull it off. But the problem is, I already got enough on my plate.
You're a lucky man, John Blacksad.
I don't follow.
You just found the thorough detective you need.
It worked.
Oh, of course. What a great idea. How did I not think of you?
Hey, don't sweat it. But you'll have to do me a favor. Tell Sonia Dunn that a legendary journalist from What's News wants an interview.
Weekly, please.
Well, if not, bye-bye, Cassidy.
I'll try and convince Sonia.
I'll see what I can do.
Great. That's settled then.
I doubt that it's gonna work, but we'll see. Ow. Spasm. Weekly's such a weirdo. Like, again, most of these characters are just very intriguing.
So, was there really someone on the roof?
He ran away.
Yeah, but he was faster than me. I couldn't get my hands on him.
A fast spy and a slow detective. This must be my lucky day.
I saw you arguing with a guy named Cassidy. What did he want?
Remember the fight that needs to take place in order to save this gym?
Well, Cassidy manages Yale's rival, Stone, the reigning champion.
If Bobby doesn't show up, he'll lose money. Maybe not a lot, but enough to care.
Did you find anything interesting in those papers?
No. Investigation work takes time, as I'm sure you know.
Dunn kept files on the gym's staff and clients. Name, address, and date of birth. Could you tell me your birthday?
Of course. March 6th.
And the year?
I'm 24, Mr. Blacksad. You do the math.
I'm 24. You do the math.
No luck. Damn.
Again, why can't I find...
Dunn kept files on the gym's staff and clients. Name, address, and date of birth.
Better go back up to the roof and see if I can smell the perfume of the janitor lady. Damn. Well, might have to go talk to her at the store. Cassidy would stand to lose money.
I don't know why. Something just doesn't add up.
Jake, got anything else that you can tell me? Nope.
What exactly was he saying?
Something like, if you do that, I'll call off the fight and make sure you never set foot in this gym again.
Any other graffiti in the bathroom? No. I should go back and talk to... The hell?
Thank you, Mr. Blacksad.
Does the postman always leave your mail on the floor?
I don't know, I...
What's wrong?
It's my mother's wedding ring.
Who had it?
I don't know. My father wore it on his pinky finger after she died.
Not always, apparently.
Will you find out why?
I'll try. But there's something else I'm worried about. This might have something to do with your father's death.
Oh my, yes. It could be. Will you please give me a moment?
Of course.
Well, now I'm even more concerned about that janitor.
Were Mary Purnell and Joe Dunn an item?
Something I'd already figured out when she first said Joey.
What if Mary's birthday is the combination to the safe?
Hold up. I didn't know that I had to fucking figure that out, but okay. Well, first things first, I'm gonna go talk to Mary, see if she'll give me any more information. Or set up a time to talk about it. Huh. How am I a weekly weirdo? I'm obviously online more than once a week. Yeah, I'm slow. Loading, loading, loading.
This is the year I get my penis back from that dolphin who stole it. I'm coming after you, dolphin, and I'm gonna steal your penis.
Bring back the kids, Karen. Gonna commit toast to bath.
Have you remembered anything else about the moment you found Dunn's body?
I'm afraid not. It's too painful.
I know, but we need to find Bobby Yale. Anything, any minor detail, could really make a difference.
I'll try.
Sorry. I think that's it for now. See you around.
We'll miss you at Sam's Diner. Bye-bye.
Huh. There's obviously going to be more information that I can find. But like right now, nothing is popping up. Cause yeah, gonna have to now that I have more information, maybe I could try to look up at the thing on the roof a little bit closer, and then try the safe. Try the safe. If it doesn't let me try the safe, go to the roof first. Or
he opened it during the war? That's odd.
Opened it during the war, huh? That must mean that there was some sort of a World War event in this.
Yes?
Feeling any better?
Yeah, I guess. Thanks.
Okay.
And there it was, Mary's birthday, a week prior to that very day. I never would have taken Dunn for a gun owner. A few bucks, just petty cash.
Last will and testament.
You open the safe?
Yeah, and I think you need to see this. Can you tell me what it says?
All right. I think this might be useful for the investigation, Mr. Detective. He left everything to me, except some boxing trophies and knickknacks that'll go to Bobby Yale.
When was it signed?
When was it signed?
It was written 4 years ago, just weeks after I moved to Buffalo.
Bobby
Do you
Yale?
think Bobby Yale read it before he disappeared?
Maybe.
Congratulations. You're one lucky lady.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
All right. Thanks. You see, I've got this friend. He's a journalist, and, the thing is, well, he would like to interview you.
Why?
A woman running a boxing gym? That's quite the story.
And how did this friend of yours find out, exactly?
Well, you know how these things...
I don't even want to hear you. I just hope you prove your professional worth before the day is over.
I think I know who had your mother's ring.
You do?
Mary Purnell. I think she was in love with your father.
Thank you. Thank you.
I never asked about the gym's insurance.
That's exactly what I'm reading now. So far, it looks like your standard small business policy.
Did you find anything interesting in those papers?
No. Investigation work takes time, as I'm sure you know.
Did you find anything interesting in those papers?
No. Investigation work takes time, as I'm sure you know.
Okay, well, we do anything else with that. Hey, I'm not here to keep people's secrets, okay? Especially when that secret is that you're fucking your boss, like, legit. Alright, see what Jake knows about this shit. Jakey! My bud! What's up? What do you know?
Did you know Joe Dunn had a gun in his safe?
No way, man. He hated firearms. Although... when Bobby Yale was a teenager, he went through a crazy phase. Even dropped out of the gym and joined the gang. Nothing serious. Early one morning, he broke in the gym. Joe was already here and caught him red-handed. Bobby pointed the gun at Dunn and ordered him to open the safe. So, Joe opened it and asked Bobby to put the gun aside, leave the gang, and start boxing again. I got here 5 minutes later and found Bobby crying like a baby in Joe's arms. Then he just stood up and put on his gloves.
Huh. Oh boy. Great. Alright, so we don't know shit there. Let's see about Le...
I'd prefer a yellow Cadillac, but I can't complain.
Not allowed to drive it?
I'd prefer a yellow Cadillac.
Oh yeah, I can't go back
but
to...
I can't complain.
Life is definitely a fuckocracy. At times. Alright, so... Trying to think... Anywhere else I can go? Obviously not. So upstairs. Gotta be some more fucking evidence upstairs. There's gotta be. Either that or else I'm gonna have to call Weekly and see what the fuck he's got on Cassidy.
I don't even want to imagine Weekly falling from up here. I mean, that's very recent, don't you think? But why? Yeah, I haven't followed up with the goat. Maybe I should talk to the goat too. Like, I don't know what... See, the thing is Goat's blind, so I don't know how much he can give me. He can't exactly tell me what these people look like that passed by him, right? But maybe I can get a little bit more information from the Goat. That's right. And if not the Goat, then maybe try, grab the shit out of the trash. Do you remember anything else about the day you found the thingamajig with the springs and the paint can?
Yeah, no. Wait, yeah. Well, no, now that I think of it, no. Hey, pal, how about thanking a good-looking goat with a cigarette?
That cough sounds like you don't
I don't think that's a good idea. You've got one nasty cough.
Oh, come on. You know, cigarettes have lots of very healthy properties. Oh, come on. It's just a smoke, lady.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah, you think you're not responsible for my pathetic state? Think you're not to blame? It's the government that shipped me off to war.
They shipped me off too.
Oh, right. So then you know what it's like to kill too. Well, then another sad hobo shouldn't be a problem for you, Professor.
Yeah, I killed people.
And yet, you don't want to help me die. Wait, but that's not what I wanted to say. Oh, well, you know we goats tend to jump from one thing to another. The government paid for everything. army fatigues, rations, weapons, lodging at hookers, drugs. Do you know where that money comes from? Taxes! Your taxes, my dear friend. You help them cut my legs. They declare war every chance they get, so that the weapon industry that finances their campaigns gets richer and richer.
Yes, Goat. We know all about the fucking military-industrial complex. Tell us what you know about...
Wars. So, the slightest connection with corruption turns us into accomplices. Unless one manages to keep at arm's length. That is what I did, my loyal disciple. At the Million-Star Hotel. So, do like your master, the great.
Hey, what's your name? You never told me.
He's asleep. Fucking pass right the goddamn fuck out. He's dead asleep. Well, we didn't get any more information from the goat. I mean, unless you want to rant about the military-industrial complex. That book isn't that important.
Blacksad here.
Please don't tell me my husband.
You have nothing to worry about, Mrs. Colbert. Do me a favor and enjoy your family.
Oh, thank God. Thank you, Mr. Blacksad.
All right. See if the cop boss can tell me what the fuck's going on.
Smirnoff.
Hey, it's me again. Thing is, Joe Dunn's daughter hired me.
All right, thanks, John. But I still don't get it. Any signs of foul play?
His pupil, Bobby Yale. No one's seen him since Dunn hanged himself.
Well, his coach killed himself a few weeks before his big fight. Must be drowning his bad luck in booze in some gutter somewhere.
So, are you gonna help me?
Why should I, Mr. Client Detective Privileges? Anyway, I'm afraid I don't have anything useful to share. And it seems like you don't either. But if you do find something, give me a call.
We've been friends for a long time.
And you think this is what two friends talk about on the phone? Good to hear from you, John. Take care.
What a dick. That's right. I can't go back to...
Did you find anything interesting in those papers?
No. Investigation work takes time.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go talk
Sure
to
you
Mary. Again, Mary might be the only one who's got any more information. I can't go back to Dunn's apartment thanks to those goddamn bastards being there. I wonder if it'll let me use my car now, though.
I'd prefer a yellow Cadillac.
No.
I can't complain.
Because, yeah, that book that you were talking about, that book was... God, what was the book again? I think that book was the book of poems by the dude's father. Nothing I can get into here. Not like I have the ability to see any footprints back here. Don't be sleeping. Yeah, that book is Discourse on Inequality. Not like... It's not like I can get through here. Go to sleep. Maybe I can go check out... You know, I haven't checked out Jake's locker again. Maybe now that I've calmed his ass down. Because, see, the thing is that you can't guarantee that someone didn't put shit in his locker. Or, maybe there's something in his locker. Because his feet are too fucking big. Yeah, I can't. Ernie Gonzalez. You gonna kick my ass again, Jake, or what?
Damn. I'd forgotten that Jake used to work for Natalia. This proves I was right. It's too soon to move on.
Yeah, and it didn't give me any time to look at the shoes, so... Is there anything else that I can... Nothing there. Okay. Talking to Mary is probably the only thing I can do right now. Yeah, big feet might mean big meat, but I don't think big meat has anything to do with this potential murder. to my knowledge. Sam's Diner. Unless it's dolphins. Dolphins don't have feet. They have flippers. They also have a prehensile penis. Which is fucking weird.
I know you're hiding something.
What?
You know what? You're the only woman who ever called Dunn Joey, except his late wife.
My goodness. I can't talk here. My shift is over in 10 minutes. Can you wait a while?
Can I get a refill over here, Mary?
Coming right up.
I made the right call. Just pops out the cigarette, just like, fine. I'll light up. I'll wait for you to spill the beans on this. Yeah.
Mary Purnell, the angel Joe Dunn found in his golden years.
We'd been seeing each other for almost 2 years. It all started with, well, weekdays I start cleaning the gym at dawn, before my shift at the diner. Joey always came in early, just a little after I got there. He used to say it was the best time for the worst task of the day.
Oh, I know exactly what he meant. Say no more. Paperwork.
He really hated it.
Nobody likes paperwork.
He saw me crying. I was having a rough day and...
He tried to make you smile.
He pointed at the coffee machine. You need a cup of joe and some fresh air. That was the first of many cups on the rooftop.
That bear does not look very comfortable in that suit.
One day, we realized those rooftop coffees were the best part of our day. So we began to spend more time together.
But you never told anyone. Why did you keep it secret?
For Sonia's sake. She and Joey drifted apart after her mother's death. He was afraid that our relationship would only make matters worse. Until one day, on the rooftop, we realized just how serious our relationship was, and we decided to turn those moments into a lifetime.
So he asked you to marry him?
Yes, of course. He gave me the wedding ring, and we decided to tell the world. He said he needed to share that happiness with his little girl. Turns out, he wasn't that happy after all.
What about you? How did you feel about telling Sonia?
Maybe you already noticed I have a slight cold. I really should be heading home.
Thanks for sharing all that with me. Take care.
I lost my scarf a while back, not sure where. And now, if you'll excuse me, that's my bus stop. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Blacksad.
For a second, I thought that was the scarf. Oh. Aw. I'm definitely concerned. So, go upstairs. What do we got?
Did you find anything interesting in those papers?
No. Investigation work
Okay, she
takes time.
doesn't have anything else to
Sure
say,
you
huh?
know.
Nothing else to say. Nothing else to say. Nothing else in there either. So that means... I'll check your locker again, buddy. I have a feeling that her, scarf will be in there. He's already talked about having a bit of a crush on her. Okay. Scarf is not in here. But yeah, Gorilla might know something, and maybe now might finally be able to fucking go places. I don't know. Nope, he doesn't have anything else to say. All right. Okay. So... if I'm allowed, I could probably go back to my office.
I'd prefer a yellow Cadillac, but I can't complain.
Okay. There. Nope. That way. Check on Goat. Maybe Goat's done with his nap. Or hold up a minute. Goat has a bunch of random shit. Maybe Goat's got the fucking scarf. Does not appear so. God damn it. I have a feeling that I'm gonna need the scarf. Well, Smirnoff. There's gotta be something Smirnoff's using to say. We'll have to see.
Smirnoff.
I think I have a new lead on the Dunn case. I went to Yale's place and ran into O'Leary's men. They were waiting for him.
Ah, well, it's only normal. They run an illegal gambling operation. If a fight's canceled, they lose money. I'd love to take a swing at O'Leary, but we can't base the case on a hunch.
I'm not finished yet. You're gonna like what I have to tell you about the Dunn case. Dunn and the gym's cleaning lady were about to get married.
Great. Call What's News. They'll know what to do with such an incredibly interesting piece of information.
The combination on Dunn's safe was her birthday. He even gave her a ring. You know, your typical suicidal bliss.
Okay, I'm still not convinced, but I might have something for you.
Now it's gonna let me go back to my office and talk to Le Boss. Le Boss might have l'information. And then I can become Le Champion. Out of order, huh?
Life is often off key, like a bad song. The notes come together but feel flat, unable to create anything resembling music.
Here comes...
And yet, there are ways to string them together to create harmony. Ways that are not always entirely in our hands.
The Dolphion.
You look tired, John.
I was born tired.
I was born tired. I'm used to it.
You're not the only one. Yep, I'm beat. I'm starving. Just got back from the annual police medical. Not only did I have to fast, but I also had to chug 2 enormous glasses of water.
2 glasses of water to take the
John,
piss test?
You alright?
Had better days.
I've had better days. And I'll have them again. I hope.
We both deserve to. The thing is, I'd love to help you out with this case, but I can't. You know I work for the state of New York. If I had any information, I couldn't share it with a private eye. Even if it was lying on top of this table.
You said you were starving. Why don't you go to the counter and order something?
Yeah, sure, good idea. If you'll excuse me.
Medical examiner's report. Done. Male, widower. Links, dark brown. 47, 55. Time and date, 7 p.m. That's pretty early in the evening. Violent asphyxia. Form of death, suicide. Caused by a rope around the neck, next to 4 ring-shaped marks. 4 Ring-shaped marks.
Interesting.
Now that I think of it, I better eat at home. It's healthier.
Thanks.
Truth is, John, it all seemed clear to me before, but now? Please, promise me you won't take the law into your own hands.
I don't
like to
carry a
think we're
gun.
not just vigilantes.
Sure, you can trust me. I give you my word.
All right. In any case, keep me posted, will you?
I'll perform an arrest, but I'm not going to do a murder.
Friend, you can count on it.
Take care, John.
Woof.
As always, Smirnov had given me new, potentially relevant information. Not to mention second thoughts. When an old dog like him gets that serious, one must be prepared to bite.
Thank you, time. Yeah, with Dunn's height, he couldn't have... Yeah, he was not tall enough to hang himself from that noose. I knew that. I'm much taller than Dunn.
I'm much taller than Dunn. And I can barely reach the noose. There's no way Dunn hanged himself.
It's physically
Not on his
impossible.
own, at least.
Yeah, that was a murder. Erdly Erdler. Well, we already fucking knew it. And now we know the...
Bobby, you. I don't know if you had a motive to kill Dunn, but you certainly had the murder weapon. Christ. Did Yale kill Dunn just because he wanted to call off the fight?
I always knew Bobby had issues. But I never thought he'd go that far.
Everything seems to point in that direction. I'm certain of it.
But he could have been framed, couldn't he?
The person would have to know about the chest expander and be able to get into his
In
locker.
any case, that doesn't change a thing.
It does, actually. Now we know he didn't kill himself.
My father's still dead, and you still haven't found Bobby Yale. Nothing has changed.
When I went to his house,
Opening the safe and finding my father's will won't help us achieve anything. So please hurry. Time's wasting.
gotta get in touch with O'Leary. O'Leary might know where Bobby
Sonia's
Yale
indifference
is.
never ceased to amaze me. But most importantly, why was she suddenly defending Yale?
John Blacksad? I think I owe you an apology.
Apology accepted.
Apology accepted. But what exactly are you apologizing for?
Listen, I don't think my fellow workers treated you with the respect you deserve.
Waste.
I'm so sorry they wrinkled your suit. The thing is, they didn't know we shared a common goal.
Oh,
Bobby Yale.
yeah.
I want to find him and get to the bottom of this as much as you do, Mr. Blacksad. So please, kindly accept my invitation. Why not share our findings? Come on.
When I fucking wanted to find him, he found me. Well, I ain't got a whole lot of choice, do I?
Of course. You don't mind me riding in this fancy car with a wrinkled suit, do you?
It's like,
I think you look mighty dapper, Mr. Blacksad. Although, if those wrinkles were to rub off on me... I always play it nice and safe.
Of course I stepped in on my own accord. I'm not gonna be stupid. Like, no. I'm totally going to resist them and possibly get shot. No.
Thank you, Blacksad. You won't regret this. So let's cut to the chase. I need Bobby Yale to fight Stone. There's just too much money at stake. So, I'm offering you my help to find Yale. Let's work together.
What kind of help do you
What
need?
kind of help do you need?
A simple exchange of information. You're a good detective, and I, well, let's just say I have my own ways of
Making people talk. I mean...
Oh, okay. Let's work together.
I thought you'd be hard to convince, that you'd appeal to the moral high ground or something. Please, hear me out. Let's say I bet a beer that we find Yale in 3 days, and you bet a beer that we don't. In 3 days, one of us has to buy the other a beer. Is that so bad? We're simply two grown men using our money and free will to conduct a small private exchange. And most importantly, we're not hurting anyone. So, yeah, I run a gambling business. What's so bad about that?
I can't really say.
Well, I can. Nothing. But I'll tell you what is wrong. The way our government is ruining America. We live in a so-called free country. A place where honest people can make a living, provided they don't hurt anybody. We're not communists. Well, at least I'm not.
I would have never thought otherwise. As for me, I'm not either.
Ha! Well then, you see, we're all among friends. In any case, that's not my point. The government betrays our nation's values by passing communist laws that forbid an honest man like me to make a living without hurting a soul. And that, Mr. Blacksad, is just wrong. I'd even say it's unconstitutional. Do you get my point now?
Fair enough.
All right. I get your point.
Ha! I knew you would.
I
When the
mean,
government passes these laws,
the
there's only
gambling
one
laws in
legitimate
this
weapon the
country are pretty
people can
fucked up.
wield. The same weapon that turned America into a great nation. Civil disobedience. So, as the proud American that I am, it's my duty to disobey.
Doing my family proud.
You might have a point. In certain cases, civil disobedience is both right and duty.
Exactly. And when you hear just how I've transformed this business, you'll agree even more.
What, you
I
don't
wasn't
break
always
kneecaps
boss,
anymore?
you know? No, sir. I started at the bottom, when Lucky Blitzen ran the show. That good for nothing. His was a reign of terror, extortion, violence, you know, that sort of unpleasant thing. When I took over, I decided I'd make people want to do my bidding, not out of fear, but out of gratitude. I decided to help people so they would help me.
That beating your thugs gave me was really helpful. Thank you so much.
Those poor bastards didn't even know you were a detective, that you were on our side.
Maybe at first. But when they tied me up and beat the socks off me, they knew very well who I was.
Seriously? That goes against my rules. Who was it?
Buff.
It was just Wilson.
That bastard. Don't you worry. I will have a serious talk with him. I cannot tolerate this behavior. Please accept my apologies, Mr. Blacksad. As I said before, I like to help
this
people
wolf
so I can count on their gratitude.
O'Leary
That
just
applies to
seems
fellow
very
partners
much like a mobster.
Police, or in this case, a detective. I won't deny this business has its fair amount of violence, extortion, and casualties. But I'd rather leave that to my enemies. And you are not my enemy. And, it looks like we're here.
Now we're at his apartment, and now we're gonna do the fucking investigating that we're supposed to do earlier when we got our asses beat. We'll find out more information about Dunn in his apartment than those two goons. They don't know what to look for. Dumbasses. But I mean, do I agree with O'Leary's, choice of business? No. But
Yale's apartment?
I told you I'm on your side. Go ahead, search the place. I'll wait down here. When you're done, you can honor our arrangement and share your findings with me. Or not. It's your call, Mr. Blacksad. I'll make sure you're suitably compensated. Wilson, come here.
come here, you dick. I'm taking it out of your pay. You beat our compadre here. I'm taking it out of your week's pay. You're on a short leash, buddy.
The worst thing about O'Leary's boys dropping by isn't the beating, but the fact that I can't tell what's theirs and what's Yale's. Can't say this is the ideal drink for an athlete. Then again, it could be your classic bookie thug lunch.
Bobby seems like a nice kid, but I barely know him.
I don't have enough.
Judging by the general state of the apartment, they were leading a quiet life. Judging by the general state of the apartment, they were leading a quiet life. Ugh. 17th century French fables. Mayor must be one boring old lady. A woman's fragrance. Almost angelical. I'm not sure how Yale's love of pickles will help me crack the case, but it's good to know.
Always check the fridge, though. Like, as there's some shit to deal with. Dishes are piled up. Dishes piled up is a good, explanation. Huh.
So, you like your mob stories, don't you, Bobby?
That's, supposed to be The Godfather.
Seems like Bobby inherited something more than boxing skills from his father. Besides the tendency to vanish into thin air, of course. Why would you want such a big closet for so few clothes? Unless someone emptied it recently. Copy 1 of 3. Do you know any of his relatives?
His father, Avenarius.
Avenarius? The boxer poet? Didn't he disappear 20 years ago?
Okay, time to start deducing.
That means she's been here recently. But why? What does Sweet Mary have to do with Yale, the murder suspect? Dunn must have punched the can while he was arguing with Yale. I guess that explains why he'd threatened to call the fight off.
Huh. That everything?
When I left, I told O'Leary I hadn't found a thing. The minute I was alone, I left for Mary's.
Well, yeah, because he didn't really find
But before all
anything.
that, I took a small parting gift for her.
Yeah, because like the only thing that he really could say is that some clothes were taken. So, like, did Bobby Yale go to Mary's?
I've never trusted angels.
Mr. Blacksad? What a...
Surprise? When they fall, they turn into demons.
Joey told me he was going to spend the afternoon painting the gym and that Bobby would be fixing something up on the roof. So, after I found the body and called the police, I went to Bobby's place, but he wasn't there.
How did you open the door to his apartment?
I think it was already open. Everything is so confusing. I'm sorry, Mr. Blacksad.
Don't be. I'm here to figure it all out. What's your relationship with Bobby Yale?
He was like a son to Joey, and we were about to get married, so, you know.
Okay, I think it's time to set things straight. I think you and Bobby Yale conspired to kill Dunn.
No! How can you even think of something like that?
How can you convince me otherwise? I found a picture at Yale's apartment. It's you and him on a roller coaster. Care to explain, Miss Purnell?
I'm not white, Mr. Blacksad.
What?
7 of my great-grandparents were white. The 8th was black. According to law, I'm a black citizen, even if my skin says the contrary. Do you know what that means when you're born in North Arlington, Alabama?
Segregated housing, with far worse homes for colored people.
We even have different water fountains, for God's sake. The separate but equal doctrine and all that.
Damn nonsense.
That damn nonsense.
And all the lies. That's why I moved here. No one knows what color my great-grandparents were.
I'm black too, and I don't hide it.
Well, at least you're a man.
In any case, what's that have to do with Bobby Yale?
He's my nephew, Mr. Blacksad. Joe and I first started taking care of poor Bobby when my sister died. That was when he was almost 15. The 3 of us went on that trip to Luna Park.
So this is where Joe Dunn comes in.
Bobby was the only one who knew about me and Joey. We were afraid that someone would use my past to ruin his career.
It's not the first time I hear that story.
You should have said something.
You should have told me this sooner.
I've been hiding it all my life. I'm sorry.
Immunity starts at home.
Mary smells like... Actually, the whole room smells like a pie fresh out of the oven, so I can't identify any other fragrances. TV and radio all in one. Where will these mad times lead us? Fresh out of the oven. The whole room smells like pie. That cherry pie smells so good. I'm starting to get hungry.
Thanks. I pulled it out of the oven right before you arrived. Oh, where are my manners? I'm the worst hostess in the world.
Well, she sure as hell wasn't gonna poison anybody with the
Let
pie.
me go get a knife from the kitchen. And you must be thirsty. Let me see. OJ, coffee?
Coffee.
I'll take some coffee, thanks. She's wearing the same clothes in both pictures, so she's probably telling the truth. That's some beautiful artwork you got there.
Damn, eat the whole thing yourself, you fucking fat cat. Jesus. Like, oh, I'm just gonna have a couple bites.
Now that there's almost no pie left, the scent has also disappeared. Interesting. Now Mary smells like a huge dog. Mary, when are you going to stop lying? I know your nephew is here. I can smell him.
What? No. I already told you I don't know where he is.
Stop playing around and tell me. Where is he?
You can search the whole house if you want. Go ahead. He's not here.
Well, better stop lying.
Look, if he's making you do this, just tell me. I'll protect you.
Bobby would never do that.
And where the fuck did he go, woman?
If he's not here right now, he must have left shortly before I got here. Where did he go?
Shortly before you got here? I wish.
Wait a minute. She's not the one who smells like that. That's where Bobby Yale's scent is coming from. So, that's why you were sitting there.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. Could you step aside so I can check, please?
Please go.
Mary, for Christ's sake, put that knife down, would you?
Leave or I'll...
Mary, I came here to help.
I mean it.
I don't want to hurt you.
Leave her alone!
Bobby!
I'm gonna kill you!
Think about Mary, Bobby.
Don't even mention her name!
Call an ambulance. Do as I say. Go on, call an ambulance. Do it now. In the face of a heart attack, there's two things you can't forget. One, stay calm. Two, 1 chest compression per second. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 6 Mississippi. 7 Mississippi. 8 Mississippi. 9 Mississippi.
Yeah. It makes a lot more sense now.
2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 6 Mississippi.
Bobby. Oh, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby. Bobby. Thank you.
I had lots of reasons to consider this a great day. I had investigated a suicide case. I had discovered that, in truth, we were dealing with a murder. I had found and captured the prime suspect. And I had saved a life.
Jeebus. What a fucking day for this poor detective. Seriously.
Everything in me screamed that something was going wrong. Terribly wrong.
That was something I wasn't expecting. Like, at all. Oh shit, he's a dog. It could be Heartworm.
Promise me you won't take the law into your own hands. I'd like to think we're not just vigilantes.
I want a gun.
What the hell?
Bang, bang, bang.
A fair amount of violence, extortion, and casualties.
I hate detectives.
Bang, bang, bang.
You're dead meat, cat.
That you, Smirnoff?
You seem agitated. Nightmare?
Yeah, I have a lot of those.
Yeah, that makes two of us. Anyway, why don't you go home? In his current condition, Yale's not going anywhere. Besides, we'll take it from here.
Thanks, but that won't be necessary. I can watch Yale on my own.
No doubt. I just saw exactly how vigilant you always are. As for what happened yesterday, you promised me you wouldn't intervene.
If I hadn't intervened, Bobby Yale could be dead.
If you had warned me, maybe we could have avoided a heart attack. Anyway, what's done is done.
There you go, bud. Have a smoke.
When exactly did you realize that he killed Dunn? Out of sheer curiosity. I'm a cop after all.
As soon as I realized that the murder weapon belonged to him.
How about the motive? Any ideas?
I know Dunn wanted to call the fight off after something Yale did, but I still don't know what.
In any case, hopefully Yale will tell us more.
Would you let me ask him some questions when he wakes up?
I know you will, with or without my permission, so I'd rather not feel betrayed. In exchange, drop by the station when you can. Your investigation could really help my men. Who, by the way, must be waiting for me to interrogate Mary Purnell. Boy, she was hard to pry from Yale's side.
She's been through a lot in the past days. Be nice to her.
Of course. In spite of it all, we're not just vigilantes. And as for you, go get some rest. God knows you need it.
We'll see.
I can't promise anything.
Tell the nurses to look at that face of yours. You look like a film detective in his last scene.
I'm afraid this film isn't over yet.
For your sake. I hope you're wrong. You're in charge now, officer.
Okay.
I'll send you relief in 6 hours.
Fucking dog.
Doctor.
Who are... Oh, detective. Congratulations.
You fared pretty well against that kid. Better than most would have. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Do I look like I fared well to you? We, as a society, simply don't trust reptiles. But that's not the real problem. The real problem is our extended belief that there's logic to that distrust, that it's natural and well-founded. How's Yale? Is he awake?
Oh, yeah. Go check on him before he falls asleep again. Although, try not to bother him with too many questions.
What's his current condition?
It's too soon to tell. He did have a heart attack after all.
Go away. I don't want to see you. The doctor told me to sleep.
I rarely get to interrogate a suspect with his guard down in a place as quiet as this. Getting the chance to study his body language with no distractions is a rare gift. His heart rate is increasing. It could mean that he's lying, but it could also just be pure, unadulterated rage. He's clenching his fist, a sign of contained anger. He's looking straight at me. If he couldn't hold my stare, I'd think he's lying. But that's not the case. Clenched fist, fast heart rate, fixed stare. He feels some genuine rage towards me. I'm sorry you don't want to see me, but I saved your life, son.
Maybe my aunt feels gratitude. I certainly don't. Luckily, I just got my medication. I'll be snoozing soon.
All right, I'll just cut to the chase. Who killed Joe Dunn?
What? Are you trying to confuse me? Joe hanged himself.
I know the murder weapon was yours.
What? The rope? I don't get it. What weapon do you mean?
Don't play with me, boy. The chest expander.
An expander? I've never had one of those.
I know Dunn threatened to call off the fight. Why?
How do you know that?
I'm a detective.
That was his anger talking. He never really meant it.
That doesn't matter. Why was he so mad at you? What did you do?
Nothing. Joe thought that I wasn't training hard enough. That I was going to lose.
All right. Let's just say that I believe you. The murderer killed Dunn with a chest expander and planted evidence to make us believe it was suicide. But he also left enough clues behind to make sure we found the true murder weapon. Then he put the chest expander box in your locker to frame you. Do you know anyone that twisted and who also happens to have a motive?
I don't know.
What about Sonia Dunn?
Sonia? I doubt it. She's odd, but she's his daughter.
I've seen worse, believe me. Desmond O'Leary certainly seems twisted enough. Did he have anything against Dunn?
I'm not sure if they knew each other. At least not in person. About a month ago, Joe kicked one of O'Leary's men out of the gym. He was trying to give a business card to...
Jake Ostiami.
Yeah, exactly. Did Jake tell you about that?
Something like that. Maybe it was... What am I saying? Jake could never pull off something like that.
Hell no.
Nothing. Never mind. What about Frank Cassidy? Do you think he has a motive?
Maybe. A few weeks ago, Joe took me to a boxing managers association meeting.
Headed by Cassidy.
Yeah. He was obsessed with making it illegal for boxers to fight without a manager. Or without an associated manager. Everyone seemed to go along with it until Joe spoke up. He said that would lower us to mob status. That Cassidy had founded the association just to make money by monopolizing the sport. That made others think twice. And Cassidy ended up empty-handed.
Poor Cassidy.
Blacksad. I think I owe you an, You know, my father disappeared when I was 6, right after winning a fight. We never heard from him again. Do you know what that does to a kid? Who knows where I'd be if Joe Dunn hadn't been in my life? Even when I lost my way and put a gun to his head years later, he still took me under his wing and managed to steer me in the right direction. And now that he's gone, you're risking your life to find his murderer. Thanks.
Thank you for...
And he's asleep. But no, I seriously do not think that Jake had a lot to do with shit. Sleepy poppy pop.
The hands say a lot about what's going on inside a person. Is that eye movement normal? He seems restless. Should I tell someone? The number of cigarette butts is inversely proportional to my hours of sleep. Ah, damn.
See? There's no fever whatsoever. He must be having a nightmare.
Are you sure?
Wouldn't you have nightmares too, after what he went through yesterday? I know I sure wouldn't sleep.
I have nightmares myself, but those go way back.
Oh, the poor thing. Do you know what my nightmare is?
Oh.
It's that witch I have to work with. Oh. Good thing she's got trauma surgery at 12:30, but I wish it were a little sooner, you know? Anyway, thank you for letting me know. And for bringing him in.
You're a jackass!
You don't know how excited I am to be involved in a criminal case.
It might not be important, but I need to take a look at his medical report. Ugh.
Yeah, I really don't think that it'd be Jake. However, in the meantime, I'm gonna go take a quick lunch break. I'll be back. I had ramen. Damn it! Whee! Ah! North Ghost every day.
I'm fucking done!
New from Ben & Jerry's asshole flavored ice cream, just for you.
Trying is awesome.
And you are bad voice acting. Help! Help! Poke him right in the ass. One cycle! This is a new PB, baby! Old man, look at my feet, I am lacking shoes. Oh, please give me those fast red running boots. Gotta go fast! Whee! I mean, if you want to say they're boobs, whatever. I will motorboat. I will motorboat like my life depends on it. Does that work? Does that make me go faster? Motorboating go faster? I wanna be very depressed, like no one ever was. This game will fuck me in the ass, cause that's just what it does. CB3, gotta fuck me, yeah! Finally, the mother of all demons is dead. Blood pours from your eyes as you stand in defiance. As the only Marine to endure the slaughter, you decide to remain in hell and ensure that no demon ever rises again. The end. Finding my center. Finding my center. Come on. Could you fucking behave? Fuck it! I'm fucking done. Ben & Jerry's asshole flavored ice cream, just for you. Do you like the taste of eating ass? Do you want to take shit? Does 2 girls 1 cup give you the fucking hardest of hard-ons and you wanted to be in that video? Well, here's new asshole flavored ice cream from Ben & Jerry's, just for you. And you asshole motherfucking, now it's gonna, now with peanuts and corn, as well as fucking actual rabbit turds. I can't. I've tried. It's hard. Oh God. Oh God. Frigga. Frigga. You have company. You are on the toilet. Somebody has to fucking clip this. Oh my God. Friggin' don't fuck. 1 minute and 53. Saved. On this fucking run. Ooh boy. 502. Fuck the police and a 502. Fuck Spin. Rolling Stone. Fuck Vibe. Fuck everybody inside. Whoever's on the cover. Fuck his mother. Fuck your little brother's homie from around the way. And fuck Violent J. Okay, let's fucking go up the goddamn stairs. We've gotta do a glitch. Here we are in the glitch. Well, holy shit, it's gonna be a bitch. Going down, then back up the fucking invisible stairs. What?! Bring it! No! Double KO! Not a single drop of health. I have 1 hit. I can't take any hits or I'd have to come back through here. What did I just say? You gotta fucking figure out where the goddamn door is. It's invisible. The wall's invisible, the door is not. Are you fucking kidding me, little Timmy? Oh, you dick. Little Timmy's a dick.
Promised me something, but he never delivered it.
Ah!
I know you think as I do, but she might be there. And I'd like
Did those 2 rabbits just fuck? Did those rabbits just fuck? Did they just fuck? I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. I have a pretty good understanding that was rabbit fucking. Ah! Next time on Dates from Hell, Rey gets more than she bargained for when she joins Kylo Ren for their first date aboard the Supremacy.
Dates from Hell. All new. Fridays at 10, only on Investigation Dis-
Come on, motherfucker. Again with this bad boy. Alright, if I can fucking survive. Double up. Yes! Yes! Yeah! Praise the sun! Praise the sun! Yeah! Ah! Somebody clip that. I swear to fucking God. Thanks for the host, Steve. Honk, 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 honk. Honk 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 honk. Thomas touched my no-no place! Thomas touched my no-no place! Thomas touched my no-no place! God damn it, Thomas! Yeah, I remember that. Don't want to get drenched and catch cold.
Yeah!
You don't have to worry. They said idiots never catch colds, you know. Good burn. Also good self-burn. Of course not, because idiots never get wet. I think you're thinking of ducks. Starting to worry about you, Hero. Can you tell me what 10 plus 10 is? What the heck? Hey, come on. You don't always have to call me dumb. I'm not dumb. I'm Patrick. You can clip that if you want. Literally, Hero's just like, I'm not dumb, I'm Patrick. Oh, fun. Starting already. Beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop, 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 bop, beep, boop, 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 ba-da. Boop, boop. partner still lives. I'm not sorry. All right. Food has been eaten. Lunch break is over.
This is the year I get my penis back from that dolphin who stole it. I'm coming after you, dolphin, and I'm gonna steal your penis.
I'm so glad that I found that fucking clip that's from. That is just so good.
Hi.
You're awake, handsome?
Can I have a Morley's, please?
No, but I'll sell you a pack. Honey, get me a pack of Morleys for Mr. Handsome.
That was an achievement, by the way. Asking for a smoke. Achievement. Huh? Cigarettes. Stack of papers.
Yale's medical report is right there. Mind if I take a look?
No, I don't think so, handsome.
What if you show me Yale's report and I buy you dinner?
You're handsome, all right. But
I'm not stupid.
I won't be able to read Yale's medical report if she's around. It seems like the Doe nurse will be assisting Dr. Talbot during his 12:30 surgery. In 4 hours. Could I get them to operate any sooner? No, the footprints don't match. If Yale killed Dunn, He did it without stepping in the paint or in different shoes.
Doggone it. There, Jesus was lying because lions have long hair. Ah.
Jerry Highfill. Long time no see.
Blacksad, I didn't want to wake you. How's the boy?
Asleep.
I hope he recovers in time for the fight. I got tickets. Although between you and me, he doesn't stand a chance. It'll be a fun bout, nonetheless. Not like this. God, this is boring.
Are the odds against Yale that bad?
The boy's talented, don't get me wrong. But stone is stone, you know? I bet half my pay, but you know, no vice for me.
You want to smoke?
Don't smoke or drink, no vice for me. Smoking's dirty. Alcohol goes straight to your head. And women, they're all just mean. Well, everyone except mine.
No vice at all, eh?
Are you sure about that? Not even one little vice?
Nope. Between you and me, when someone gives in to vice, it's because something's missing. Something in their life just isn't right. I've got a good wife, a good job, a good house, a good TV, and a good hobby. Sports. Well, watching them, that is. What else do I need, eh? Blacksad, vice is for losers. Man, I'm bored.
You say you've got a good job, and yet you're bored.
Well, it's just a figure of speech, really. I like my job. Is it boring? Yes, but I can entertain myself with a good fight or a football game. Well, watching them, that is.
Well, I'm going back in. I won't be able to read Yale's medical report if she's around.
Red Apple cigarettes?
Trauma? Sherry speaking.
Get Dr. Gregor Talbot, please.
Yes, 1 minute. No, actually, Dr. Talbot won't be in until 12:30 according to my registry. Can I ask who's calling, please?
Shit. But if you notice, Red Apple is the brand that's typically in Tarantino films. So I guess this is what they think that Tarantino would have done if he did Zootopia.
Sherry, this is Dr. Talbot. We have to reschedule the 12:30 procedure. I want everyone in the operating room in 5 minutes. If anyone gives you any grief, tell them it's a matter of life or death. Understood?
What a dick!
A matter of life and death. A matter of life and death. You gotta be kidding me. These people.
Now everyone's gonna be pissed if they find out that it was you. That's fun.
All right, now. How do I put this? I need something that you...
Oh. Only if you guess why I'm giving it to you.
Just to spite your fellow nurse?
I think you just want to spite your fellow nurse.
Well, aren't you smart? But be quick about it. You hear me, huh? If that witch comes back.
Okay. Blackout following. Yeah. Pertussis?
What? What does it say here?
Ah, you know doctors. The top handwriting is mine. Let's see. Extrasystole and dehydration caused by panic attack.
Extra what?
You know, arrhythmia, like skipped heartbeats.
What about this here?
It's a good thing I know that Mr. Yale is in Dr. Ferguson's hands. Otherwise, I'd be worried.
Hey, no means no, miss.
You really don't know who I am, do you?
Miss, I've got orders. And the fact is, those orders say that...
Here you are, Miss Dunn.
Huh?
Tell him, Blacksad. I can't get through that thick skull of his.
You see, Highfill, she's the owner of Yale's gym.
A woman?
Whether the kid recovers or not depends entirely on her.
Between you and me, and all due respect, miss, but aren't we taking this woman's liberation a little too far? All right, let her in, but she's your responsibility.
What a dick.
Thanks for convincing the cop.
You hired me to find Yale. I wanted you to see him with your own eyes.
I see. Anyway, you did your job. I'll send you a check the day after the fight. You can leave now.
Huh, no. She's gonna do something stupid. Sonia, don't.
He killed my father. You said so yourself.
You can't take justice into your own hands. Believe me, it will haunt you as long as you live.
He almost killed you in that floozy's apartment. How could he not be guilty?
Your father wouldn't want you to do this. He was a just man, and this is not justice.
Shut up. None of that matters. How could he not be guilty?
Since nothing else is working, it's time to bluff it. You know I emptied that gun when I found it in the safe. No.
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 Why did you say that?
Whoops. That was a fuck up.
Sonia, don't.
He killed my father. You said so yourself.
Well, now I think he didn't. Sonia, I have reasons to believe he's innocent.
He almost killed you in that floozy's apartment. How could he not be guilty?
Your father sacrificed everything to pay your way through college. If you do this, you'll destroy the future your father wanted you to have.
Shut up. None of that matters. How could he not be guilty?
Your father wouldn't want you to do this. He was a just man, and this is not justice.
That skin. God damn.
Shh. It's okay.
She needs a hug, okay?
Uncle Tim!
Sweetie, I came back from Los Angeles as soon as I could.
I told you not to rush back.
Come on now, honey. Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?
No.
Who the fuck is this?
John Blacksad, the detective who found Bobby.
Oh, so this is strictly professional. I thought you had some good news for your uncle.
No, Uncle Tim, don't be silly.
Come on, we'd better let him rest.
Who the fuck is this, and why is he dressed so well?
I see. Let's say you're right and Bobby Yale is innocent. Who should we focus on now?
We?
Well, your father turned down my money, but he made me promise one thing, that I'd take care of you if anything happened to him.
But I can...
I know you're perfectly capable of managing that gym on your own, but we don't even know if he'll be ready to fight Stone. Besides, someone seems really invested in stopping that fight, and someone has to pay Mr. Blacksad to get to the bottom of all this. Please, talk some sense into her.
It's your life. As much as you love your uncle, it's up to you to decide whether you want his help or not.
Blacksad, I was just starting to like you.
All right. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you so much.
All right, stop crying or you'll ruin your makeup, honey. Now fix yourself up and I'll buy you some breakfast.
Wait, my purse.
I'll get it. It must be...
Blacksad, wait a minute. I think she needs some time alone, just like you and me. Listen, boy, do whatever it takes to find Joe's murder. Whatever it takes. If things get messy, don't worry. I'll clean them up. Deal?
Sure. I'll do my best.
Thank you. I trust you to get that ball to the end zone.
No. Are you telling stories about the great iron arm again?
Wait a minute. Of course. The Milestones quarterback. Tim Iron Arm Thorpe.
It's a good thing folks usually recognize me sooner. Blacksad, you coming to breakfast?
I'd love to, but I have to go ask for a favor.
Who are we getting the favor from now? The cop? I'm pretty confused about who's all in on this shit now. Huh.
Jake wasn't at home, but on the third try, I found him. How many hits does a boxer take to the head throughout his career? This one's got extra padding, just like Jake. Hey, hi.
Hey, focus, will ya?
Hey, Jake.
Not now, John.
Hey, Jake.
I said not now.
I said
Hey,
hey!
Jake.
I said not now.
Fine, if you don't want to fucking talk to me, I'm gonna steal your shit.
The racist brain is so full of hatred that there's no space for trifles such as common sense or, say, spelling. But this most cultured writer spotted the error and attempted to correct it. Not sure what to make of the outcome. Huh. That lizard isn't Yale's doctor.
Aww.
All right, that's enough. Take 5. Go on. What, John? What's so important?
Could you tell me where Old Erie's headquarters are?
What for? No. You could get me into trouble. No way.
You lied to me yesterday, and being the good friend that I am, I kept your secret. You owe me. I don't think I'd keep protecting you if we weren't friends. Although, if we were friends, you wouldn't hesitate to help me. Tell me, Jake, are we friends or not?
Damned cat. All right. O'Leary's hideout is in the basement of a Chinese restaurant. But I don't even know how to get in.
Have you noticed anything strange about Sonia?
I don't know. Yesterday she said she hated the gym. But it also seemed like she wanted to save the place. Do you get any of this? I sure don't.
Yeah, Jake seems like maybe if anything,
It's just the
if
way
Jake
folks
had
are.
anything to do with it,
We
it
say
was just
one
hired
thing,
muscle.
And then we go and do the opposite. You just can't expect us to be consistent. Why are you coaching that guy?
Oh, that's right. You don't know. Sonia asked me to run the gym. Well, at least the fun part. As soon as Bobby Yale's back on his feet, I'll turn him into a champ. I'll make him crush stone. Just you wait. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Is it the first time you coached anyone?
Yeah, but you think I can't do this, don't you?
No.
Well, screw you. We'll win that fight.
Well, I'll see you tonight. See you there.
Ronald, the break's over.
After 30 hours of work and several beatings, every bone in my body ached for a bed.
Now it's my turn.
So I went home to recharge. Because the night ahead was bound to be promising.
That damn cat. Trying to be comfy here. Damn basement's cold sometimes. Yeah, man.
What do you know about that basement?
Well, let me think. Nothing?
Come on, Jake, for Christ's sake.
I'm sorry.
Strain that little boxer brain. You must know something.
I've come to get O'Leary several times, but they always make me wait in the dining room. One day it was so late that the restaurant was closed. They made me call from a payphone in that alley over there to let them know I was here. A few minutes later, O'Leary came out the back door, that red one there.
All right. You stay by the payphone. Wait till I'm inside. If you see anyone, call the same number you did that one time. Let it ring twice and hang up. Got it?
Screw you!
A promising night indeed.
It's actually closer to 50-50, but... studies aren't very good about exercise versus diet because it varies from person to person. And you're forgetting about the mental aspect too.
No. The plan will only work if O'Leary doesn't know I've been here.
Stupid coyote!
I'm guessing it lights up when they ring at the main door.
Stupid cat.
Does he need a shotgun to deal with suppliers? Would he even notice if I got in?
Stupid pig.
That's a red panda.
Oh, stupid duck.
Maybe it leads to the basement.
Oh, stupid duck.
Or maybe this is the way to the basement and not that corridor. Something tells me he'd notice me no matter how stealthy I was. Could it be an elevator shaft? How does this thing open?
What happened? Should we run for it?
Do I look like I'm in a hurry? There's a guy watching TV inside the restaurant. A red panda, I think.
Doesn't ring a bell. I don't recall any panda waiters. Are you done?
What do you think? There's a trapdoor on the ground, right by the restaurant. Does that sound familiar?
Huh? The restaurant or the trapdoor?
Okay. Forget it.
What's taking you so long?
You want to switch places? Check out that graffiti. You're in On Leon Tong territory.
Wow. I thought the Tong Wars had ended years ago.
Maybe someone nostalgic just got bored.
Damn Chinese mafias.
Yeah, American mafias are infinitely better, no doubt. I need you to go to the front door and ring the bell.
Is there a bar in that alley? Have you been drinking?
Count to 30, ring the bell, then run for the car. Got it?
Whoa, you better send a bunch of Natalias my way after this. So, now what are you gonna do?
I'll open the door with my lockpicks. Once I'm in, I'm still not sure if I'll take the hall or the door on the right.
Door. Duh. He's leaving through the hall.
The lock on that door was not your standard model. I had to give it my all.
Fuck! Blown away.
Oh, you better send a bunch of Natalias my way after this. So, now what are you gonna do?
I'll open the door with my lockpicks. Once I'm in, I'm still not sure if I'll take the hall or the door on the right. The lock on that door was not your standard model. I had to give it my all.
God damn it. That's hard. Getting that fast enough.
Whoa, you better send a bunch of Natalias my way after this. So, now what are you gonna do?
I'll open the door with my lockpicks. Once I'm in, I'm still not sure if I'll take the hall or the door on the right. The lock on that door was not your standard model. I had to give it my all.
Right.
Huh. I was expecting some frozen bodies. Hmm. It won't budge.
Crank. Good job, cat.
There's one on each table, except this one. The odds are incredibly in Stone's favor. I guess that he's the reigning champion, and Bobby Yale is just a contender, but maybe word got out about his condition. Does O'Leary have a network of pals? Wow. I didn't realize you could place so many bets on a single baseball game.
I mean, bookies make a lot of money. Like, legit. That's one of the things that the it's one of the things that the family was involved with.
It looks like a summary of all the bets that come in. Day, amount, bet, wagerer. Wait a minute. Did O'Leary himself bet $5,000 on Yale?
Ooh.
A little thingamajig that adds on its own. What'll they think of next? Sometimes I forget that criminals, even the office variety, have family and kids. Anyway, maybe things aren't so bad on the dark side. 16 days until the fight. Could that be Ireland?
I mean, it could be.
I'd say that's Ireland too. The painting concealed file after file of celebrity reports with all sorts of shady information, ranging from S to Z. Almost all of them were athletes. Is that what O'Leary meant when he said that detectives and police officers were his friends? I wonder how many spy for him. If I were to pitch in, who would I spy on? Thorpe had been a rising football star before the war, which he came back from with honors and decorations. After the truce, he resumed his career. He won 3 season trophies and a couple of MVP awards. He retired after an accident that left him paralyzed from the waist down. He started his own sports advertising agency 4 years ago, but according to the files, O'Leary hadn't even tried to corrupt him.
Hey, that's actually good, better news than I was expecting out of that file. Al Stone. What has he got on Al? Because we know what he's got on Yale. That's just going to confirm shit that we know.
According to Stone's report, he was so clean, not to mention hard to corrupt, that O'Leary opted for a more subtle strategy. Apparently, when he broke up with the tennis player Helen Moore, he set her up with Stone. Lucky for him, they hit it off. As I put away the report, I stopped in my tracks. Did I really want to risk knowing what O'Leary had on my good friend, the incorruptible police commissioner?
I'll trust him.
To be honest, if Smirnov had anything to hide, I'd rather not know about it.
Bobby Yale.
In Bobby Yale's folder, all I found was a log of his incredible stats as an aspiring champion. 20 victories, 16 by knockout. Although, at the end of the report, someone had underlined one word several times. Untouchable.
Oh.
Limited edition copy 2 of 3. We listen, if you call it listening, to the sentimental romance. Your eyes act like the moon.
Holy shit!
If they're not together anymore, why does O'Leary keep so many pictures of romantic moments with Helen Moore?
He's got one of the limited edition copies. Does that mean... Does that mean that he's related?
Ireland, of course. This guy's obsessed.
This must be the A through whatever section.
Luckily or not, files N through R included no one that I could somehow connect to the case.
Okay, N through R. Train. There's got to be something in the Avenarian file.
The report on Yale's father was the shortest of all, since only his name was left. Why? Cassidy's report was possibly the longest among all of O'Leary's files. Apparently, their rivalry went way back. So much so that they spied on each other in the most unthinkable ways. At least I was able to confirm what Yale had told me. Cassidy had threatened Dunn after he refused to join the managers' union.
Huh. What does it say about Dunn? It's probably got something about...
Dunn's integrity was legendary, even in O'Leary's shady reports, just like Yale had said. Dunn had kicked one of O'Leary's men out of the gym when he found him snooping around. I hope I never become the object of O'Leary's obsession.
Helen Moore.
Helen Moore's file was, by far, one of the juiciest. She had been just a run-of-the-mill tennis player until O'Leary launched her career by rigging enough games to help her climb the ranking. However, O'Leary hadn't fixed any of her games in over a year. In spite of that, she remained undefeated. Be as it may, it was clear that O'Leary had enough information to ruin her career.
What does it say about Jake?
Strange as it may seem, the reports revealed that O'Leary had hired Jake as a bodyguard precisely because he was absolutely clean. Apparently, he liked to surround himself with honest people when he mingled with the high society.
I mean, that makes perfect sense, though. Like, oh, he's gonna have, you know, people who are clean and trustworthy.
I'd say O'Leary has threatened Stone with ruining Moore's career.
So maybe... Something like that. That's what it seems like to me, anyway. Also, Twitch app's working. So I had to reboot it. Cause yeah. The real question I have then is why? Unless...
A Crossler? The good news is, I don't need lockpicks to open it. The bad news, I didn't bring explosives.
Yeah.
Even Dunn had a gun in his office. O'Leary couldn't possibly be the exception. Dunn had $200 in his safe. O'Leary had about $20,000 in a drawer.
It is... I'm very concerned about what... What is it that O'Leary has as far as a relationship to Yale as to why he's A, untouchable, and B, why he's helping him? Because it's obvious
Jake. Someone was coming.
Are we or are we not exemplary workers, Jimmy? Here it is, middle of the night. And we're working extra hours. Hey, Jimmy, what do you think about that?
I think he's scared stiff, Desmond.
Why's that, Jimmy? We're giving you the red carpet treatment. We even let you in the boss's office.
You're one lucky fellow.
You can't say I don't treat you well, Jimmy.
Yeah. Speak, you moron.
Yeah, very well. Why are you... Shh. Calm down. How long have you worked for me, Jimmy?
3 months. 3 months.
Oh, yeah. I hired you right after your cousin Martin died. I need your opinion. How would you punish someone for ruining an innocent man's life with a hit and run, Jimmy?
I don't know.
And tell me, what about you, Wilson? What would you do?
Please. I didn't do anything. I swear.
O'Leary, the police have surrounded the...
You don't need to worry about that.
Well, I guess I can't save him.
You can't say I don't treat you well, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Speak, you moron.
Yeah, very well. Why are you...
Shh. Calm down. How long have you worked for me, Jimmy?
But the thing is that it's not a guarantee that the mob made him
Right after
disappear.
your cousin Martin died. I need your opinion. How would you punish someone for ruining an innocent man's life with a hit and run, Jimmy?
I don't know.
And tell me, what about you, Wilson? What would you do?
Please. I didn't do anything. I swear.
He was a good guy. Of course, you already knew that. You knew him better than me, right?
He was my cousin.
That's why I hired you, Jimmy. You see, Martin was a dear friend. And his widow said you were a nice kid. That you do a good job and you needed the money. And I have a soft spot for those in need.
Please.
But, you know what? I talked to her just yesterday. She told us you did some naughty things to her with that gun, Jimmy.
No.
That's no way to treat a widow, is it?
She's lying. Why would I do that?
What about the kid? Are you so sure you know how long a kid can hold his breath? With his little head inside a toilet bowl?
Son of a bitch.
I didn't want to. It was his idea.
Selfishly, I was glad I hadn't risked my life to save Jimmy. Maybe not even someone like him deserves to die. But one could also argue that I didn't deserve to die for someone like him.
Bye, Jimmy.
Who's your boss? Give me a name!
Cassidy. It was his idea. He said you'd hired me if I'd managed to scare the widow, and I just...
All right. Let's just calm down now. It's gonna be okay. There are two sacred principles that rule my life. The first principle is the love for my family. I'd do anything to protect them. The second principle, I never put my future in the hands of fate. I always play it nice and safe. And I would even add a third principle. Or, better yet, a rule. If anything threatens either of these two crucial principles, I take matters into my own hands. You see where this is going? For the first time, I got someone killed. Even though all I really did was rat him out.
No, I just...
Stop interrupting me, Jimmy! It's not polite! You're all the same. So rude. You know what? Let's leave it at that. You're going to give a message to that disgusting walrus Cassidy, aren't you?
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. Yeah, sure.
Good boy.
What's the message?
Oh, Jimmy. You still don't get it, do you? You are the message. Come on. Wrap him up.
Wrap him up and dump him off.
Make sure Cassidy gets the message for breakfast, will you? I hope he chokes on it.
I hope he chokes on it.
Where are you hiding, little fishy? Once again, you didn't get to hear the end of my story.
Good job, Jake. But no, I have this weird feeling that O'Leary might be related. And that if the mob was involved with his death...
What? Just where do you think you're going, putty cat?
Two sacred principles rule my life. The first is the love I feel for my family. The second,
You
I
always
play
play it
it
safe.
You think you're funny, don't you, Blacksad? Two sacred principles rule my life.
The love you
I
feel for your
feel
family.
for... What is going on today? Two sacred principles rule my life.
The
The
love
love
you
I
feel
feel
for Ireland.
for... What is going on today? Two sacred principles rule my life. The first is the love I feel for my family. The second, never leave destiny in the hands of fate. I always play it nice and safe. And I'd even add a third principle, or better yet, a rule. If anything threatens either of these two principles, I take matters into my own hands. The first time that someone died because of me, even though all I did was rat him out, well, that guy ended up in the Hudson River, right off Pier 27. He's got to be even wetter than that fish by now. You should have seen his face.
It's interesting what comes to mind when you think you're about to die. Suddenly, all I could think about was how much I wanted a pet fish.
You too, Bruce? Anyway, I was 14 years old, and I still dream about her, about his widow and his son.
By then, I was adamant about buying a fish.
But
first...
that was that. Never again.
Nowadays, whether it's me who pulls the trigger or not, I have zero regrets. What's more, I sort of enjoy it.
His pupils are dilated, and there's a slight grin on his face. The bastard is enjoying himself. In case anyone had any doubts about who's the boss around here, I'll put my dirty feet on his luxurious table to prove that all of this is mine. The guy never hesitates to pull the trigger. Even if I hadn't seen what he did to Jimmy, I'd know he's not bluffing. When a mob boss declares his love of family, it can only mean that A, he won't hesitate to ruin yours, and B, he's cheating on his wife. I knew I had it in me to get out of that place alive.
What you gonna do? Wait, what?
No. O'Leary's wife is having an affair with Colbert? Should I serve this to O'Leary on a silver platter? Or threaten Colbert so he'll get me out of this mess?
And, well, that's it, I think. You know, Blacksad, I never made it this far. Congratulations. You're going in style.
I didn't want to interrupt you because I respect you and your word. Colbert told me to come here.
What?
Me? No way.
You did what? Colbert? When?
Well,
Yeah, remember? At that bar on 33rd and Main Street. Don't you remember that cocky drunk guy?
No.
He kept bragging about how he was banging another guy's wife.
Oh? Oh, yeah. Weird times, huh?
Yeah, and you congratulated me for finding Yale and saving your life.
Several times.
Then you assured me that O'Leary would thank me.
Well, I didn't put it that way, but yeah.
And then you told me to come here to ask the boss himself.
Yeah. I think you deserve it. Right, Desmond?
Oh, Blacksad. Thank you.
Don't shoot me.
And sorry for jumping to conclusions. First, you get a random beating from Wilson. And here we are. When you shared what you'd found in Yale's apartment, well, it made me sort of want to trust you. But as you well know, you can't trust anyone in this world. Take it. It's only fair.
I want to bet it all on the fight.
Ah, so you're a gambler after all. We listen, if you call it listening, to the sentimental romance.
The word you're looking for is feel.
Same difference. Anyway, go ahead. Place your bet.
I bet it all on Yale.
Oh, Blacksad. Aren't these odd hours to pay me a visit? Your message was important, but certainly not urgent. It could have waited until tomorrow, don't you think?
We cats and wolves hunt at night.
We cats and wolves hunt at night. That's a good way to put it. Just like, what? We're night owls. Fuck you. I knew you'd be up, bitch. Yeah, he's one of the few people who didn't piss himself while having a gun pointed at him. It's like, fuck, part of the job.
I wish I was a noir fiction writer. At this very moment, I could write a couple of pointed, ironic remarks for the narrator to recount what I just lived through. The dark, crooked alleys of New York reminded me of the state of my own soul. No. Fall loomed over me with the...
Never mind.
Fall struck me with the full force of my long-lost youth. Nah, not that. Fall descended over me with the full weight of a guilty conscience. God, that's worse.
A horse and an elephant? Or is that an anteater?
What were you thinking? He wants him alive.
I felt fall seep through my bones like the pain of a good beating. Mediocre, but appropriate.
Yeah. It probably is an anteater. A horse and an anteater. I'm guessing that those are sent by the fucking walrus. That walrus who now is trying to threaten me. I'm getting a little too close on this case here.
Against all odds, next morning I got up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And I had my kind, unknown assailants to thank. The beating had taken its toll, but for the first time in months, I had slept like a baby.
Oh, come on, Helen, focus! All right, take 5. We'll work on that double backhand later.
Yeah, she is, quite a looker.
Mr. Blackmore, what can I do for the FBI?
Cooperate with law enforcement. All you have to do is talk.
I like to speak through my actions, but still, could you be more specific?
Is she some sort of a deer?
Maybe if we could speak in private?
Alec!
Coming!
You've got 4 minutes, Mr. Blackmore, so... make them count.
We know about you and Desmond O'Leary.
Wow, the FBI sure knows what it's doing. So, out of the 100 million Americans who know about that, who did you extort to get such highly confidential information?
The thing is, well...
You see, I'd love to wipe out that part of my past, but whatever.
Do you have any regrets?
Ads pay more than trophies. Can you believe it? Being associated with such a shady character could only damage my reputation. Trust me, never get involved with a married man.
They say you're currently involved with Al Stone, the boxer. Is that correct?
Wow, your sagacity never ceases to amaze me.
Don't beat around the bush. We know why you're with him.
Oh, so you like his biceps too?
Desmond O'Leary asked you to seduce Stone. Why?
What? No, I met Al by chance at a party. A party hosted by Desmond O'Leary. No, that can't be. No one is that shrewd. Not even him. Damn, I hate that bastard.
We know you smuggle contraband during your international tournaments.
Oh, really? Are you sure? Like, what exactly?
I think she called my bluff. Or did she? Should I follow through or say I was kidding? You smuggle jewelry.
You're just making it up as you go, aren't you? To think I was starting to like you. Come on, what do you really want from me?
We're aware of at least 6 rigged games during your first year as a professional player.
And?
You won all of them.
Are you trying to offend me? I give my all on the court. I can't be held accountable if my rivals don't do the same. Go interrogate them. In any case, now I know why you mentioned O'Leary. What do you really have against him? And don't say illegal gambling.
Murder.
O'Leary is a murderer. Every criminal organization has blood on his hands. His is no exception. And we have proof.
Well, what's the big deal? At least it's not a matter of, I don't know, smuggling jewelry.
I'm serious, Miss Moore. America can't afford to let anyone shake its foundations like that. And America's sweetheart can't afford it either. Help us out. Talk to us.
And why should I, Mr. Blackmore? What do I stand to gain or lose?
I'm sure you're aware that we could end your career if what we know goes public. But no one wants that to happen, right?
This is actually quite simple.
One lucky gal.
You have a light, sir?
The pearly white teeth of someone who barely smokes. Am I making her nervous? Damn. I'm almost out of fluid.
Wanna know my trick? Go down to start, then up with it, and then down again.
Are you sure?
Almost. Almost. Don't worry, I'm not making any assumptions about your masculinity. Will I get to smoke today? Thanks.
You need an adult? Why? She hitting on the cat?
I don't know what you want me to say. You're trying to frame O'Leary, perhaps rightfully so, but I think you're barking up the wrong tree. Believe me, if I had the slightest...
Come on, Helen. Time to work on your backhand. Let's go.
Do you smoke? Nice meeting you, Mr. Blackmore. Did you bring my water?
Yeah, up, then down, then up again. Like, You giving me tips on how you blew O'Leary there? There's a lot of people involved in this.
She tossed the cigarette in your face? You're such a loser! Too bad I was busy chasing Cassidy. If that had been me, America would no longer have a sweetheart. So, what do you say, you and me, we change places next time, huh?
Your turn. Now tell me, what did you find out?
You're gonna love this. You ready? I've got news, but I happen to also have a
Blacksad.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blacksad.
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Colbert.
My husband woke me up this morning with roses and breakfast in bed. He said he had a scare last night, although he won't give me any details, and that he's been thinking about me ever since. He wants to take me to Niagara Falls for a second honeymoon.
That's nice, but I don't know why you're thanking me.
Are you kidding? Remember how I doubted him, but you made me change my mind? If he had suggested to take me to Niagara Falls when I still suspected him, I would have thought it was just a cover. Or worse still, a way to clean his conscience.
Well, I only did my job as honestly as I could. Enjoy your marriage. I hope you and your husband are happy.
Well, that's all I wanted to say. Send me your bill when you can. You're a good
Niagara Falls, huh?
But what just happened? Is there anything you didn't tell me?
Maybe. But now it's your turn. Tell me about Cassidy. Come on, spit it out.
I didn't find anything suggesting that Cassidy had anything to do with Dunn's murder, but...
That's quite the tale.
But I know Cassidy will be playing poker tonight with one Howard M. Farnham II, a Texas tycoon looking to get his claws on the boxing business. I also know that he and Cassidy have never met in person, and that Farnham, who's staying at the Balford Hotel, hasn't left his room. Apparently, he spent the night with 3 bottles of bourbon. So, here's my incredible plan. I'll go to the hotel, I'd knock him out, and then take his place in the poker game. That way, I'll get Cassidy talking. What do you think? Incredible.
No, I'm probably gonna have to finish this tomorrow.
Didn't we agree that you would handle Helen?
Well, not
more
tomorrow,
while I
Wednesday,
dealt
because
with
tomorrow I'm
Cassidy
gonna be
next
out of
time?
town.
No?
God, that weasel is such a weasel. Like, God almighty, that weasel. I'm glad I spent like $12 on this bundle, but I got this and some other games in. I wasn't gonna be paying no $30 for this. Good, but it's not $30 good. At least not when you can buy it on sale and shit. Oh my god, he's a moose.
NANI? Bring back the kids, Karen.
Good
I'm gonna
afternoon,
commit
Mr.
toast to
Farnham.
bar.
What's going on?
Allow me to introduce myself. John Blackmore. I work for Frank Cassidy. He asked me to bring you these bottles so you could choose which one you prefer for the game.
Oh, sure. I was fixing to leave, but I guess them monuments ain't going anywhere. Well, come on in then.
Getting in Farnham's room was easy. Earning his trust was another story. But I always have an ace up my sleeve.
Good booze.
Blackmore, you okay, partner?
The best way to earn someone's trust is to make them believe they've earned yours. And sometimes, the best way to fake it is to tell the truth. I don't know where to begin. I accepted money I don't deserve. And now it weighs on my conscience.
Let me tell you something about life and business, son. Our Lord didn't separate his creation into rich and poor just for the fun of it. If a man has the money, that's proof enough he doesn't deserve it. You hear what I'm saying?
One of the tricks of this trade is to be wary of the biases we all have. They cloud our judgment and blur the person in front of us, painting them with the shades of our preconceived notions of who they should be. But every once in a while, you run into someone so locked in personality that they can only be regarded as a stereotype. Farnham was a disgrace, not only to himself, but to Texas and the entire human race. To think I had to impersonate him. I wish I was like you. You seem so content, so free of burdens.
Stop right there, partner. You think this old dog don't have ticks? Let me tell you something about my first wife. Woo-wee!
Once I had gained Farnham's trust,
He gonna drink himself to death. The damn moose.
The hard part was deciding what I needed to know to become him, and not get myself killed.
All big ass emus, like, what?
What can I do for you, sir?
Howdy. My name's Howard M. Farnham II.
Okay. Should I know you? What can I do for you, sir?
Farnham was one hell of a drinker. I had to get the information out of him before he drank himself unconscious. Otherwise, I'd have to find that information myself. Ding Dong? Interesting name for a town.
I need a Vietnamese shave.
Yes, I got a Vietnamese shave last time.
No, please, come in. Of course, I remember you. Take a seat.
Vietnamese shave, huh?
I'm sure you'll understand we can't be too careful. Our host has many enemies, and someone has to keep them at bay.
Sure, I get it.
I'm glad to hear that. Now, please answer my question. How much does it cost to get yourself a clean Vietnamese shave?
Then, sure enough, Booth put the nail on the coffin of my first marriage. You know, the wife that caught me cheating with the maid. My second marriage, too. You know what I did to her daddy? Same old with several mistresses. So I decided to stick to my guns and only deal with hookers. Even if I did end up marrying some.
I feel you, Mr. Farnham. So I'm going to be honest with you. I'm Cassidy's slave. He lent me the money for a game deposit, and I lost it all. Now I have to work off my debt.
Oh, Cassidy's not your problem, son. It's poverty. Sure enough, I had to pay my own deposit this morning to y'all, and that was just petty cash to me.
Petty cash, to be honest.
I asked you how much.
Of course, they gave me my receipts. What do you think I am, boy? Wait, I'll show you. I got it somewhere. Just a sec. I'll get it. I just put it over. I think he's. I'll be right back.
Shit. Well, I'm dead.
Ding Dong? Interesting name for a town. Not even a Bible.
Shave and a haircut. 2 bits. 20 grand.
Why didn't you just say you had the receipt in your pocket? I'm almost certain, but tell me, who told you to come to this barber shop?
Frank E. Cassidy himself.
Sure he did, because he likes to handle everything personally, but forgot to tell me.
Well, that's one hell of a Vietnamese shave.
Why didn't you just say you had the receipt in your pocket? I'm almost certain, but tell me, who told you to come to this barber shop?
Let me tell you a little secret about my first wife, sonny boy. When I met that woman, she had no manners, no money, no... Who in the hell? Farnham. By God, if it ain't the hero of the day.
It's not going to be easy to sound Texan, but I'll give it my best shot. This'll surely imbue me with the Texan spirit.
I'll be damned.
Nothing says Texan like a cowboy hat. I probably don't need to imitate his
Yes,
gestures
sir.
during
New
the game,
York City.
but it certainly wouldn't hurt to try.
Sure enough, I'm fixing to play poker with him. Boxing at the Grand... Anyway, Kenny, thanks for fixing the game with Cassidy.
Damn it, Kenny.
God bless you, brother. Craziest goddamn Texan in New York.
My good old friend Kenny, craziest goddamn Texan in New York.
You know how many Kennys there are in New York? Kenny who?
So besides when and where the game will be, the password, and the money Farnham dished out, what else do I need? They smell like a party.
Ugh.
Ding Dong? Interesting name for a town.
Not the name of a town, is it?
At least it's comforting to know that when Farnham drinks too much, his female companions have less of a hard time.
Oh, yeah. I'm a dead man.
Kenny. Hey, do you think you can't be friends with someone and not know their last name? Let me think. No.
Bastard bird.
My good old friend Kenny. Craziest goddamn Texan in New York. You know how many Kennys there are in New York? Kenny who?
So besides when and where the game will be, the password, and the money Farnham dished out, what else do I need? They smell like a party.
Black Book.
Luckily, there was only one Kinney in Farnham's address book, Kinney Eakes, residing at...
Cornell Plaza, Manhattan. Stunning penthouse. I'm not surprised. Mr. Eakes has excellent taste. Do you happen to know what he asked for the last time he was here?
No matter how superficial someone may seem, there's always a way to win their heart.
Don't tell me, Billy Bob. This here is my new friend Farnham. Am I right?
Sure enough, your barber was fixing to give me a shave.
You can get a good shave at another time. Billy Bob is always at our beck and call.
Of course.
Hey, come on. Let's get in there before they finish all the bourbon without us.
I haven't frisked him yet, sir.
I don't think that'll be necessary. Mr. Farnham here, he's an honest Texan. And I'm sure he'll hand over his weapon if we ask him to. Right?
What weapon?
Sure, but you better take good care of my girl. It'll be my pleasure.
Oh, of course he had to take the gun, because Texans love guns.
Welcome, gentlemen. Chips are on the table and guns are in the safe. Now, we got a lovely night of poker ahead of us, full of smoking and bourbon. So let's get started. Take a seat, Mr. Farnham. Let me introduce you. To my right, wearing gray boxers and weighing in at 140 pounds, the owner of Pink Vice, the largest meat market in all of Manhattan.
In other words, a real son of a bitch. No offense to the women he exploits.
Our reigning champion, Oswald Quince.
A title I aim to keep, provided our new contender here doesn't interfere.
Y'all are dealing with the worst player in Texas.
You're just trying to make me overconfident, aren't you?
The truth is that our friend Farnham owns the largest and, I dare say, most entertaining establishment in Texas.
Really? So we're colleagues then?
Yeah, you wish, Quince. He owns a casino.
Damn.
And it's not even in Austin or Dallas.
It's actually in a little town called, what was it? Darn it. I looked it up the other day. Had a funny ring to it. I hate it when this happens.
I thought they moved all Texan casinos to Vegas, where gambling is legal.
You mean Ding Dong, Texas?
Ding dong! That's it.
Who'd ever think of a name like that?
A ding dong, obviously.
Well, casino or no casino, let's just hope he doesn't keep as many aces up his sleeve as the late Ventimiglia, huh?
Amen.
To my left, wearing brown boxers and weighing in at 396 pounds.
Frank, show some respect, huh?
The hospitality tycoon, Polly. No.
Tycoon? I just own a small bar with pool tables. Clients drink close to nothing and play even less, but certain business transactions just couldn't happen anywhere else.
Damn it, Paulie. Why don't I know your last name?
Because they took it away from me. You have no idea how good my ex-wife's lawyer is.
You have no idea how good my damn ex-wife's lawyer is. She took my last name.
You're too much, Paulie.
When you're done sightseeing, why don't you drop by La Iguana for a game of pool? And I'll buy you a drink. But I have to warn you, my clientele isn't crazy about furry fellas such as yourself.
Thanks. I love me some pool.
Perfect. It'll be my pleasure.
I love me
Start
some
your
pool.
own pool business, Farnham? This guy here wants to start a boxing association in Texas. And guess who he's turning to for advice?
To be honest, several things got me worried, so I'd be much obliged for any counseling.
So, what worries you?
Rebel coaches.
Rebel coaches like Joe Dunn.
Oh, I see you done your homework. That bastard wouldn't accept the most basic rules. For example, banning boxers from official competitions when the managers don't belong to my association. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm sorry for his death. But if they ever find the murderer, I'd be glad to pay his lawyer fees. Billy Bob, bring out the bourbon. We're drying up here. I'll deal with a fresh deck, of course. We respect traditions in this establishment.
Poker is as boring as it is simple. All you need to do is read people's faces, and even the worst detective has that trick up his sleeve. The real issue is knowing what to play for when there's much more than just money at stake.
Damn it! What again?
How many games have you won, Farnham?
The worst player in Texas, huh? Hey, Quint, you better start unbuckling that championship belt.
This ain't over yet. Mark my words. Farnham will be calling his wife before the night is over.
Ha! Oh, hey, by the way, did you guys hear about Kenny's wife? Pretty tragic, huh?
What happened?
Oh, plain bad luck. Hey, but Farnham, I'm sure you know more about it than I do.
Trying to remember. He had a tendency to talk about wives and shit. so-
Anyway, Kenny, thanks for fixing the game with Cassidy. God bless you, brother. The craziest goddamn Texan in New York. And the poor fella's already got enough on his hands now that his wife. Women just gotta have their vices. But she's in a rehab clinic now, hooked on tranquilizers and all that.
That's it, tranquilizers. Don't tell me women don't have their vices, too. Bring out the bourbon, Billy Bob. Come on, come on, give me the bourbon.
Maybe I spoke too soon when I said that poker is easy for a good detective. Let's just say it's relatively simple. There's always someone ready to surprise you, relatively speaking.
Well, I'll be damned. I don't believe this.
What happened, Farnham?
Beginner's luck doesn't last forever, and that's when the real champ comes in. I hope you're ready to lose it all, my friend.
Poor Farnham. Came looking to make big bucks in the city with his boxing, and he's gonna lose it all with poker.
I hope your counseling will make up for it.
Yeah, so how can I be of help?
Homicidal boxers like Bobby Yale.
Ha! That's some piece of news, huh? Hey, I don't know if he did it, but the real problem is that the fight against my champ Stone might not even frickin' happen. The good news is that I've almost convinced the governor to let him out of prison on the day of the fight. Under police escort, that is. I bet you the audience gets a kick out of that.
Having to compete with illegal gamblers like that O'Leary fella.
Huh? One would almost think that you live in New York, my friend. That son of a bitch killed one of my men and left the poor bastard on my damn porch. But he's a goner now. Ever since the sport got put on TV, people want a fair game, honest boxes, and no shady business. You can't break the law anymore like before. Nowadays, they gotta bribe those big network executives to negotiate for broadcasting rights. Come on, let's steal another hand before Quince accuses us of trying to break his winning streak.
Ain't gonna happen. Gentlemen, I suggest you never tell your sons about this game, unless you want to lose their respect.
Wait, you mean our sons actually respect us?
I hear you. There's no way to set boys straight these days. They don't even respond to a good old beating.
I dare say Texan boys do respond to a good beating.
Hey, careful, Quince. You're talking to a pro. So, Kenny told me you had quite a house full.
How many kids you got in that house full of yours?
God, how many kids does he have? Too many, probably.
No, that son of a bitch was about to choke on his own vomit. If I'd been a communist, perhaps the vision of a millionaire choking on his own vomit would have made my day. Although that wasn't the case, there I stood, watching him die, incapable of reacting.
Whoops.
How many kids you got in that house full of yours?
No,
I guess I'm not allowed to let him
that
die.
son of a bitch was about to choke on his own vomit. If I'd been a communist, perhaps the vision of a millionaire choking on his own vomit would have made my day. Even so, I doubt I could have just stood there and watched him die. Unfortunately, I didn't break a sweat trying to save him.
How many kids you got in that house full of yours?
Five little Farnhams.
Not too bad.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought Kenny said you had 9. Yeah, I'm sure it was 9. Billy Bob, hand me the phone. Come on.
Sometimes you get the feeling that it's all gone wrong, that you've made a terrible mistake. Sorry, did I say sometimes? Huh. No, that only happens once in a lifetime.
How many kids you got in that
Is
house
9 an
full of
option?
yours?
Nope. Well, let's hope that I don't fuck this up too many times then, huh?
No, that son of a bitch was about to choke on his own vomit. If I'd been a communist, perhaps the vision of a millionaire choking on his own vomit would have made my day. Even so, I doubt I could have just stood there and watched him die. Unfortunately, I didn't break a sweat trying to save him.
Oh, that's why. I just saw the B button show up after I fucking hit.
How many kids you got in that house full of yours?
I didn't realize that it was a fucking QuickTime event.
No, that son of a bitch was about to choke on his own vomit. If I'd been a communist, perhaps the vision of a millionaire choking on his own vomit would have made my day. Even so, I doubt I could have just stood there and watched him die. No, deserving or not, the man would live.
Oh, his wallet.
Six, well, that's something. I don't know how you deal with all of them.
All boys?
Does it have to be now?
Oh, never let Quince near one of your daughters.
Come on, Folly. Children are sacred. I won't lay
Cassidy.
a finger on them until they're 12. After that, well, let's just say some men have needs that can only be met by a young girl that age, if you know what I mean. Are you all right, Farnham?
That damn eagle represents the lowest scum of our society.
Rick.
There goes your winning streak, you sick bastard.
Sooner or later, the police are gonna bust your ass. Quince.
What the hell are you talking about?
I bet you're as bad at hiding those poor girls as you are at keeping that ace up your sleeve.
What? You lying piece of shit?
Quince?
Don't believe a word he's saying, Frank.
Don't you dare call me Frank. Billy Bob.
It's 500 more. Huh. For washing up.
It's a deal.
Wow!
Good call, Farnham. I owe you one. Please, take that flying scumbag's tokens. And mine too, if you want them. I'm feeling generous. Hey, turns out the governor accepted my suggestion to let Bobby Yell out of prison on the day of the fight. Hey, this is turning out to be the perfect night. If you decide to go ahead with your new venture, call me, Farnham.
Your behavior at last night's game was utterly insulting. Never contact me again or I'll put an end to your pathetic life. If our common acquaintance should ask you about your business endeavors, tell him that boxing is too violent for you. Signed, Frank Cassidy.
Good. Holy shit, that was rough.
My own tracks would be covered the following morning when Cassidy read this note from Farnham.
Dear Mr. Cassidy, although I'm grateful for your kind help, last night's game made me realize that boxing is just too violent for a peaceful Texan like myself. I have decided to invest elsewhere. Yours sincerely, Howard M. Farnham II. Damn Texans.
Hey, you're the motherfucker who shot somebody at your poker game. If I was that fucking Texan, I would have fucking ran the fuck away from boxing at that point. It's like, fuck this shit. I ain't risking my ass.
As for me, it was the first time in days that I had gone to bed without my daily beating. A real shame. Nothing like a bruised body to help you to sleep like a baby.
That poor eagle got shot. Wait, did I say
Maybe
poor
I should have
eagle?
given
I
myself
mean,
a beating.
deserving eagle. He's a fucking creeper. Wake up! Phone's ringing. Phone for you, Mr. Cat.
Blacksad.
Finally, I need you at the gym now, please.
Oh. Why? Ugh. Left ear. All scar tissue and dead skin. It sucks. Itches all the fucking time. Meow.
It was like this when I got here.
Did you call the police?
No, only you.
Good. Calm down. I'll take care of this. Had you already finished looking through these papers?
I wish.
Well, I guess you'll enjoy sorting all this again.
What are you doing?
Do you like sardines?
Excuse me?
Do you like sardines?
Ugh.
Bingo.
What is it?
Nothing. Just a freshly signed contract. Not that I suspected otherwise, but it's obvious they weren't looking for money. Looks like the burglar isn't interested in bureaucracy.
Did they take anything?
No, although... When you went in the hospital room to get your purse, did you get the gun as well?
Yes. Isn't it there? I put it back. I'd rather not go through that again.
That's too bad. It looks like they took it.
Whose gun was it? Wait, no, that gun was... But he's still in... Oh. I gotta figure this out. So, comparing that boot print to the boot print might be able to help.
It's pretty clear that Helen Moore's cigarette case was a gift from O'Leary.
Well, that's not...
If she's still in love, why does she claim she hates him? What is she hiding?
There's a couple more deductions I can make. One is that Stone's being... No, wrong one. That's Stone's a clear favorite. O'Leary bet the money. O'Leary always plays it safe. Means that he knows something.
It looks like O'Leary has rigged the fight between Stone and Yale.
Not it? Okay.
Whose is that?
Mary Purnell.
You think she did this?
If Mary did it, she's probably fucking drunk. Oh, it won't let me go to the roof.
Wait here, please.
I'll make my deduction after I find Mary. Alive or dead? Probably dead. Probably dead. Shit. Yep, game froze. Huzzah! Gotta love when shit freezes. Well, guess I get to start back from where the last autosave was. Thankfully, the game autosaves. Don't know why it froze, but it did. Excuse me. That's pretty bullshit. Now we don't have one of our possible suspects / sources of information.
It was like this when I got here.
Did you call the police?
No, only you.
Good. Calm down. I'll take care of this. Had you already finished looking through these papers?
I wish.
Well, I guess you'll enjoy sorting all this again.
What are you doing?
Do you like sardines?
Excuse me?
Do you like sardines?
Ugh.
Bingo.
What is it?
Nothing. Just a freshly signed contract.
Signed with a boot.
Looks like the burglar isn't interested in bureaucracy. Not that I suspected otherwise, but it's obvious they weren't looking for money.
Did they take anything?
No, although... When you went in the hospital room to get your purse, did you get the gun as well?
Yes. Isn't it there? I put it back. I'd rather not go through that again.
That's too bad. It looks like they took it.
Gun is missing. Whatever it was they were looking for, they didn't find it. Or they didn't find it before getting caught. That's one.
It looks like O'Leary has rigged the fight between Stone and Yale.
Fight is rigged.
It's pretty clear that Helen Moore's cigarette case was a gift from O'Leary. If she's still in love, why does she claim she hates him? What is she hiding?
Whose is that?
Mary Purnell.
You think she did this?
Yup.
Wait here, please.
Don't freeze on me, game, please.
could be a knife wound. The murder was brutal. Dear Sonia, I need to tell you several things
about your father. In fact, I know he would have wanted me to tell you. Among them, the fact that you co-own an apartment in Manhattan. Please call me. Yours truly, Mary Purnell.
If I were you, I wouldn't quit. Trust me, it might be painful at first, but time heals all wounds. Why did you listen to me? I want you to call the police, Sonia, and then go straight to a friend's house. Don't even think about going home, and definitely don't come back here.
I'm staying at a friend's house. I haven't even set foot in my father's place yet.
Good. Do you have the keys? If the murderer didn't find what he was looking for, that might be his next stop, if he hasn't been there yet.
Damn. This shit's getting messy. Whoever is involved, whichever of the mob bosses it is, or both. Jesus, this is bad. Whoever did it was wearing jeans, though. Hopefully we'll find somebody with torn jeans. Fuck!
For once I had the keys to the place, which meant I wouldn't have to use my lockpicks or... Oh. It doesn't look like anyone picked the lock.
No one picked the lock. How did it get locked from...
Ready-made meals on airplane trays in front of the TV. Who would have thought we'd end up eating like this? Dunn died 4 days ago, and that lettuce still looks okay. Sardines. It's been open for a few hours. You still looked at her every morning, so many years later, with a new love? Maybe we don't need to forget. Maybe pain just transforms into, I don't know, something. This is too private. Another empty closet. Is this how he got in? Wow. Could Dunn really afford such luxuries? Or did he only want to impress Mary? Elaine. I think that was Dunn's wife's name, according to Jake.
Come on. Where's some more evidence?
Could this be the origin of Sonia's interest in business management? One of the very few teen idols who only got better with age. What's this doing here?
Huh.
I seem to recall Dunn being mad about the pictures, but who knows? It looks like Dunn had already begun to move his things. Dunn? Thorpe? No idea. And these two, they look familiar. It's hard to believe that a pair of boxing fists could play something like this, although I'm sure he had the lungs for it.
I mean, until he was dead. And his lungs didn't do shit.
As I glanced at the telephone, I remembered the weekly password for O'Leary's illegal gambling operation, even though I had rejected his reward for finding Yale, and had chosen to bet it all on Yale. I had managed to make my own dirty money by ratting out the Eagle Pimp during our poker game. How much damage could another bet do? What harm could I do? only the invisible type.
There's more important things to do than bet again. Come on.
Look at that. The guy sure had good taste.
Art of boxing.
Today, everything's an art. So what next? The art of hopscotch? Of course. Now I see how Dunn bought the apartment he was going to share with Mary. This place has to be empty in 2 weeks for the new owners. I wonder if Sonia knows about this. No matter how hard I look, I'm not getting anywhere. What the hell was the burglar looking for? And most importantly, did he find it? It's pretty clear that the burglar came by the house before heading to the gym, which means he probably didn't find what he was looking for in here. I need to talk with Sonia, and maybe with her uncle Tim.
It brings back, I don't know.
Good memories?
An optimist, are we? It's like remembering the last day of summer. Scenes full of joy, picturesque landscapes, and yet the light is faint and the air is still, the calm before the storm.
I know the feeling.
I know that feeling.
I figured that much. I can see it in your eyes. We met in the army. We were all professional athletes. They called us the Olympic Five.
Who's the guy on the right?
Angus Mitchell, our combat medic, and a doctor with the New York Warriors. It was Spanow who got him assigned to our platoon.
Hey, isn't that Craig Spanow? The guy on the Morley's billboards?
Yes, indeed. Our captain. He was the oldest, after all, and star of the New York Warriors.
And that's how she got the
He was an orphan, you know.
glove.
But he loved the sport so much that he said baseball was his family. He was
Yeah.
the one who had Mitchell assigned to our platoon.
Who's the guy on the left?
Ah, Viktor Sukovsky, the athlete. You've probably heard of his medals.
Was Dunn already boxing?
Yes, he was. I had already seen him fight before I even met him. He was as humble in the ring as he was in life. He'd always let his rivals take the initiative. I remember how he barely dodged the blows. If you didn't look at his feet, it seemed like he wasn't even moving. And the footwork, pure dancing. You could almost hear the music. The song would play until his opponent was exhausted. Then came the drum roll, followed by Dunn's victory by KO.
What about you?
I had just signed with the Milestones. I hadn't even played my first game, but people said I had a bright future ahead of me.
And you did. The cop at the hospital sure seemed happy to be the proud owner of a Tim Ironarm Thorpe autograph.
Who would have thought that I'd end up becoming Tim Iron Legs Thorpe?
What happened?
I fought the Nazis for 2 years, up there in the sky, over Europe. And I never set foot in a field hospital. 3 years later, I crossed the street without looking. And look at me now.
What happened to all of them?
Zhukovsky died the same day they injured Dunn. Dunn received an honorable discharge and came home. He quit boxing and opened his gym. Mitchell was redeployed to a field hospital. Spano and I continued in the same unit, but nothing was ever the same. You see what I meant with the last day of summer. And after the war, well, who the hell cares?
I do. What happened to Spano?
Well, you've seen the billboards. He made it big time. When I was forced to retire, I got him some advertising deals. That's how I founded this agency. But then, something happened to him. He became sullen. He fell out of shape, and slowly but surely lost touch with reality. He withdrew from public life and broke off our friendship. Haven't heard from him in, 3 years? And believe me, I've tried to contact him.
What happened to Mitchell after the war?
Mitchell? Who knows? We lost touch. I hope he's doing well.
I think I saw Mitchell not too long ago, but I can't remember where.
Seriously? Please try to remember. I'd love to hear from him again.
I'll do my best. You think Spano might have been involved in Dunn's death?
Spano? No way. He and Dunn were always... Well, Spano's changed so much that it's hard to say. Allow me to double your wage. You have to find the murderer. Maybe Dunn stayed in touch with Mitchell or Spano. Maybe even with both. But he never told me anything. Maybe Sonia knows.
I doubt it. But that's not the only question I've got for her. May I?
Yeah, something's up with Sonia. She seemed to be more emotional about Mary's death than her father's, but I don't know.
Yes?
Sonia?
No, she's not here. Who's calling?
Where is she?
Careful on that ledge, my friend.
You know, it's dangerous.
Have you ever wished you'd never been born?
What?
Often.
Many times. Too many.
Then we're both in the same boat. The first time was right after moving to New York. I hated my mother. She was the reason we moved from the countryside and the smell of freshly mowed grass to this dirty city and the smell of medicine. Her medicine. The second time was after she died. I hated myself for having hated her before, for not having loved her enough. The third time was when my father shut himself off. I hated him for that, for abandoning me, for giving in to the booze. Now he's dead, so...
Take a guess.
Take a guess.
You hate yourself for having hated him.
Yes, but that's not the worst of it. The problem is I don't know how to live without hating him. Over the last few years, everything I've done was meant to push my father far away. To avoid being like him. To avoid making his same mistakes.
I feel you, Sonia.
Without him,
my entire
I just
life
don't
has
know who
been
I am.
trying to avoid my father's mistakes.
And you won't even let me hate Bobby, which might actually help me.
Bobby Yale is innocent. He doesn't deserve your hate.
Don't you think I know that? I need someone to blame. Without
Oh, we're
that
working.
someone, I have only myself to hate.
We're working on it.
Hate me. A good detective would have found the killer by now.
That's nonsense. You've already come so far. I'm sorry I haven't been a little more grateful.
In any case, you shouldn't hate yourself. You are... No, you have such good qualities. You're kind, smart, and beautiful.
Are you really trying to flatter me now?
No, seriously, I didn't mean to... Sorry.
Anyway, can we just drop the subject? Did you go to my father's apartment?
Yes, the thief went there before coming to the gym, which leads me to believe he didn't find what he was looking for.
And what was he looking for?
That's what I intend to find out, with your help. Your father sold his apartment. The new owners move in 2 weeks.
What?
I'm sorry. I think he used the money to buy a new place with Mary Purnell. The letter you're holding explains the rest.
I wish I'd had the chance to talk to her.
I saw your old room.
That's embarrassing. I see you were dead serious about me hating you.
It's odd that there are practically no toys or memories of your childhood in the room, except for a small music box.
That box? It might just be my last happy memory.
How'd I know that music box was something?
It's from before my mother got sick and we moved here. I loved reading stories about pirates. So my father drew a treasure map for me. I searched the whole house, one clue at a time.
Oh, that's so cute.
Led me to this enormous tree in the yard where Daddy had put up a tire swing. X marks the spot, so I dug to find my treasure. I loved the music it played, the ballerina and the little secret compartment. Oh, the secrets I kept in there.
I think it's the first time I heard you call your father Daddy.
Really?
I found a baseball glove with Spano's autograph in your room.
Oh, I've never seen it. My father must have put it there, although I don't remember him having a signed glove.
I'm also a fan of Frank Papalia.
Oh yeah, the poster. I only liked him because my father thought he was too modern.
Your dad had great taste in music.
So, better taste than I had as a child?
Well, now you've put me on the spot.
You don't know how happy that makes me.
I found a picture taken during the war.
The Olympic 5.
Did you meet any of them, besides your father and uncle?
Well, Uncle Tim actually isn't my uncle.
No?
He and my father loved each other like brothers. Did he tell you that he saved his life?
Your father saved Thorpe?
They were flying over Brittany in a 3-unit fighter plane. Zukovsky was the pilot, my father was the co-pilot, and my uncle manned the machine gun. Suddenly, enemy fire killed Zukovsky and injured my father, which is why he never boxed again. My uncle jumped out of the gun turret, ran to the cockpit, and managed to pilot the plane to safety. Oh, the times my father told me that story. And now...
Did you ever meet Spano? What can you tell me about him?
I think I saw him once, but I was just a little girl. I think my uncle turned him into a star. That was a long time ago.
What about Mitchell?
Did you ever meet Mitchell, the doctor?
Mitchell? The lizard? No, never. Why?
Oh, nothing. I think I've seen him somewhere. Are you cold?
A little. Maybe I should go. Anyway. Thanks for the company.
I wish you would step back from the...
Sonia, thank you.
Aren't you coming?
God
I knew
damn.
I was looking at a solution, but what exactly needed solving? Maybe Dunn used the same hiding place once more.
It's that fucker!
I'll never understand why detectives and criminals bluster while they fight each other in the pictures. What a waste of breath, focus, and energy. Personally, I prefer to save my breath for the final roar.
Ouch. I love the attention to detail they put, though.
Criminals bluster while they fight each other in the pictures.
Because he's got that one strap on his shirt.
Energy.
And he's got the fucking... Ow. Yo. I tried to dodge that. It didn't register. But yeah, like he's got that strap on his jacket.
Bluster while they fight each other in the pictures.
And he's holding the cigarettes there.
Focus and energy.
I can't remember what the brand was. The Morleys, I think it was. But yeah, this is one fucking badass anteater.
It's not the lack of credibility in the screenplay that bothers me. Plus, it's actually pretty handy. When a crook talks to you in the middle of a fight, you know you're up against a rookie. And if he doesn't even say, "Help me, please,"
is he dead? I tried helping him. They might have information. Well, if he's not dead, we can tie him to a chair.
What did they say?
Nothing serious. I lost another one of my 9 lives. Oh, this hurts.
Got many left?
I'm in the red. You hasn't woken up yet?
Nope. We're gonna be here a while.
God damn it, Doggo.
Vulpine, 7 letters.
Cunning?
Cunning. It fits. I hope it doesn't throw anything off. Yep, looks like you were right with cunning. What are you looking for?
Nothing. Will he live?
He'll live.
So what have you found out?
Fuck all.
Randall Lee. Apparently in love with our penitentiary system, judging by the frequency of his visits. Theft, assault, extortion, minor things of the sort.
Any partners?
Always works alone. He's never ratted out his employers, provided they exist. Did you find anything? Is this our man? Do you have proof?
It looks like we know who tore his pants following Mary Purnell up to the rooftop. His pants have a tear in them. I found a piece of that same fabric at the gym, on the stairs that lead to the rooftop where we found the second body.
Makes sense, but how many pairs of ripped pants are walking around New York City? I don't call that evidence.
We got the boot print.
The guy who broke into the gym in Dunn's place has a thing for sardines. Did you smell his breath?
Right, because there's only one sardine fanatic on this side of the Hudson. I need something more.
I saw footprints from those very same shoes next to both the Jim murders.
Unless you're telling me that shoe is a limited edition, I'm gonna need something else.
One of the thugs that attacked me the other night had a snout just like his.
I'm sorry, but you can't incriminate someone based solely on species. What else you got?
What more do you need? I've given you 4 pieces of evidence.
None of which are conclusive.
He tried to throw me off the rooftop.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. He's our man.
No, he's not our man.
Make up your mind.
He's just a puppet. Someone is pulling his strings.
Could it be Yale?
He's hiding something for sure, but I don't think he did it. By the way, was he discharged? His room is empty.
They let him out yesterday. He's in police custody now. You can tell he's an athlete. Made quite the comeback. Anyone else would have taken 10 times as long. Anyway, he better be fine. You know they've ordered me to escort him to Madison Square Garden on the day of the fight.
Yeah, I heard something of the sort.
What have you heard?
Frank Cassidy. He's friends with the governor.
You don't say. I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Hey, bastard.
What do you want? Good cop or bad cop?
Bad cop.
I'm the bad guy.
I'm the bad guy.
Good thing someone took out the trash.
Good morning, Mr. Lee. I assume you're aware that you're about to be accused of murder, and that thanks to the witness testimonies of Mr. Blacksad and Miss Dunn, your future's not looking too good.
Go to hell, you dog.
If I choked you with a pillow, nobody would know. You should already be dead.
Blacksad, stay out of this. Remember who's the cop here. Maybe we can offer you a deal. We know someone hired you to kill Joe Dunn and Mary Purnell. What do you have to say?
I'll call your bluff. You ain't got nothing.
Your friend the Hellhorse doesn't seem to feel that way. Although I'm afraid he won't be talking anymore.
Shut up, or I'll kick you out. If you tell us who hired you, we'll help you.
What can you offer me?
To let you
How
live.
much is your life worth to you?
Don't pay attention to him, Mr. Lee. We aren't vigilantes. But we can significantly reduce your sentence.
I love this part. This is
That's
great.
a start, but it's not good enough. I want in on the witness protection program. New city, new
This is
job,
the year I get my
new
penis
identity,
back from that
and a
dolphin who
clean
stole
police
it.
record.
I'm coming after
That's
you,
the only
dolphin.
way I'll talk.
And I'm gonna steal
Meanwhile,
your penis.
I want police protection 24/7.
You pop back in when we get the
afraid that-
fucking anteater.
Whoa!
Holy
Watch out!
shit! Oh shit. Well, as you can tell, shit's gone sideways. Pretty fucking sideways, to be honest. Remember the girl cat that was gonna marry the dude who suicided? Yeah, she's dead. Anteater stabbed her on the roof. We went to a poker game and an eagle got shot for being a pedophile and cheating at cards. There's a few other things, but yeah.
I'm afraid that.
Whoa!
Watch out!
Why didn't it register? just stir my damn left stick, you bastard.
I'm afraid that...
Whoa!
What?
Right in the fucking head, eh?
I'm afraid that...
Whoa!
Watch out!
I'm not a fan of the QuickTime events either. You missed the good cop, bad cop, though. Or did you catch any of that? Because that was fucking hilarious.
Luckily, Smirnov's wound wasn't as bad as Randall's.
Yeah, Randall's...
Unfortunately, the police found nothing on the nearby rooftops. Our best shot at finding the killer was gone, so I went back to my previous lead.
Shut up and give me money, Steve. I don't have anything to threaten you with, though. God damn. I mean, I guess. You want a good time called Isdon?
It's from before my mother got sick and we moved here. I loved reading stories about pirates, so my father drew a treasure map for me. I searched the whole house, one clue at a time. It led me to this enormous tree in the yard where Daddy had put up a tire swing.
Huh.
Bing bang!
Hello, Smirnoff residence.
You're dead! No, I got you with my lasso!
Can you quiet down, kids?
Dunn got killed for stirring the hornet's nest.
And you confessed your crime!
Kids, please.
He'd been investigating athletes for months, including Helen Moore and Al Stone, among others. Dunn's notes aren't all that clear, and I'm not sure what he was after. But I'd say we're facing a widespread corruption case.
Well, if you're right, that could be some dangerous evidence. Bring it here ASAP.
Sure, but there's something important that I need to finish first.
I'm beginning to regret not taking and reading that file on the police chief now. Because I don't know whose side he is on.
I wanted to follow a certain lead on my own before Smirnov had the chance to see anything. According to his notebook, Dunn had seen Craig Spano at Sam's Diner just 4 days before his death.
Get out of here, pussy!
I have some questions for you.
Oh,
Well, maybe I don't have answers for a pussy.
It might have been easier to slap the information out of him, but I decided to trust in a universal truth. Everyone is guilty of something. You don't know who I am, right?
Don't know and don't care. Come on, spit it out.
I'm John H. Blackmore, Public Health Inspector.
Oh, yeah, right. There are some real freaks around here, so I have to be firm, you know? Have you eaten? Dinner's on the house.
After you answer my questions.
Sure, go ahead. Your call. Always at your disposal, Inspector. Ask away.
Fear turned him soft and made him talk.
Lol.
Sure enough, Dunn had been there a few days back with a chimpanzee who matched Spano's description. Apparently, the guy still lived with his father. Dunn said he couldn't stay there a day more. For the time being, he would move into his place.
Wait a minute. What does Public Health Services have to do with that chimp?
He died of food poisoning.
The chimp died of food poisoning.
But wait, he didn't even eat.
Which is even worse.
He didn't even eat. Even worse.
Dunn had taken Spano to his place. I wanted to believe when Randall Lee broke into the apartment, Spano fled to his former address. But where could that be? I gotcha. If the living have rich and poor neighborhoods, so do the dead.
Wow. He's been living in a cemetery?
In the mid-19th century, Greenwood became the resting place to the city's most distinguished citizens. Thinkers, scientists, writers, inventors, artists, businessmen, politicians, police officers, thieves, pimps, and murderers.
Excuse me. I mean,
here lie the bodies of the soulless minds that raised New York from the ground up. Now you know where to go to become somebody in the Big Apple.
going to the graveyard. Gonna dig people up. That's actually really sad that a famous baseball player Kenny Boots
According to the book I found at Dunn's place, fans of the sport leave baseballs on Bradwick's tomb to pay their respects. If this had been here over 30 minutes, it'd be covered in ants. Still hot.
Asshole, get out of the tree!
I've never trusted angels. When they fall, they turn into demons. The 4 bases guarding their father. It'd be even better with a skull between the bats.
Where are you, monkey? Where the hell are you?
Mitchell, who fought with Dunn during the war, tried to pass as Yale's doctor.
Okay.
O'Leary wouldn't have sent Randall to kill Dunn. He would have dragged him to his basement, given him his little speech, and then killed him himself.
Oh, come on, you monkey. Obvious you're up in the fucking tree, buddy. Unless there's more food. Other food to follow? I don't see any other food. Fuck. Ow. Holy shit. Ow.
A Celtic cross. Supposedly, the ring keeps the devil at bay by reflecting the sunlight. Really handy at this time of the day.
Oh, my body. Oh, God. God, it hurt. I'll be right back. Or more likely, I probably should be done for the... Yep. This is bad. I hate to just up and leave, but I'll be back later this week to finish this.